Hello. First, you can hear some music from the here. Correct ಆಯ್ತಾ ಅಂತ
And then?
Now we wait for it to turn on. Can you speak?
Yes, I can speak.
Is that okay?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay, you can switch it off.
Can we request everyone to please be seated? We'll be starting shortly.
Good morning, everyone. We'll be starting shortly, requesting everyone to please be seated.
She's gonna play that, and then we're saying this, right? He gets a cue, and then after you guys sit, and then we say it first, then we and then we say all this. That's it. But did you tell Rashida?
Sessions will start at 10. So we're running on time, but we start the welcome address at 9:45. Sessions will start.
So we can start the first thing. Starting shortly.
Good morning, everyone. We'll be starting at 9:45. Request you all to be seated by then.
A very good morning to one and all. We are very happy to have you all here for Impact Failure Conclave 2022. I'm Geetu Thomas.
And I'm Ishita Roy, and we will be your hosts. Before we start the day, we would like to make a few housekeeping announcements. We request everyone to put their phones on silent, please. In your participant kit, you will find a notebook detailing the agenda and information on all speakers. We also have mementos in the form of artwork depicting impact failure and this year's theme, going beyond the binary, finding failures in successes and successes in failures. We hope you like it. The restrooms are located on either side of the auditorium, and water is also stationed outside. Should you need any help, please contact any of our colleagues. You'll see them running around wearing a red badge. They'll also guide you to your venues.
While we have some fantastic speakers with us today, we are hoping that all the audience also gets an equal chance to contribute. We'll be using Slido to collect all your questions during the sessions for the moderators. Please log on to slido.com and enter the code 2602108, which will be displayed on the screen at all times to enter your questions. It also allows you to upvote questions asked by fellow participants to avoid repetition. We are using hashtags ImpactFailure2022 and IF2022 for our social media communication. Do tag us if you want to share your experiences.
A famous spokesperson once said, "Failure is not fatal, but failure to change might be." Today, we are gathered here in the hope to be part of that change that accounts for failures and promotes an environment to learn from it. Once again, on behalf of SELCO Foundation and all our partners, we heartily welcome all of you to Impact Failure 2022. We look forward to an exciting 2 days of reflecting and sharing from and with each other.
I now welcome Ms. Huda Jafar, Director at SELCO Foundation, to introduce the conclave.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, Geetu and Ishita. A very, very, very warm welcome to one and all. We are so happy to have all of you here. I think some people are trickling in, but we're really, really happy to have all of you here and very excited about how these 2 days are going to turn out. So just before I go into a little bit about the theme and the topic and just introducing the conference to you, already you have the details of the conference in this, so I won't go through the sessions or anything, don't worry. But just to introduce the conference in this year. So for this year, we've kept inclusivity, diversity, and sustainability at the center while designing the conclave itself. This is one of the very few conferences at this scale that is free to attend. There is no charge. In fact, we do realize that it's also difficult for people to make it here to Bangalore and stay and travel. So we worked closely together with our partners from multiple geographies to make sure that there is representation, that people actually get covered to attend this conference and their voices are heard. The panels and sessions overall have about 70 expert speakers, practitioners, leaders from the sector. They come from diverse backgrounds, diverse walks of life. And as part of the event format, you will see that we've tried our best to keep gender, socioeconomic, and structural diversity as default design within the program itself. So keeping the diverse audience in mind, we also have translation available for some of our guests. I can also confidently say that most of what we have procured, be it the food, the gifts, the session, the printers, etc., are all procured socially by social enterprises. We are hosted by our wonderful partner, IIM Bangalore Center of Public Policy, who is a very close partner of SELCO Foundation, but also of this event, and have really helped curate some of the sessions along with 10 other partners that have actually brought in something which is very expensive, their networks, their knowledge, their expertise, which we really, really appreciate. IIM Bangalore is a green campus. It's also mobility friendly, so this is we love this campus. It's a very accessible campus, and I think this is one of the primary reasons of really hosting it here, beyond, of course, the wonderful partner that we have. While we begin the conference, and just before I call on the next session, on stage, which is failure in philanthropy. We also want to hear from you. We want to hear from each and every one of you on what you think of the theme, your failures itself. There is something at the registration box where you can submit your failures. There is also online on the website where you can engage and talk more about other stories that you've experienced as well. So with that, we will start the conference and the 2 days, and we hope you have a wonderful time and a productive time, and hopefully some moments of realization as well, and reflection more than anything. So everyone sitting on the room today here, and I think most of us and the sector that we work in, we all work on complex problems, wicked problems. We know that, it's not as simple as, inputs and outputs leading to outcomes on a log frame. I think we all know that. It's a well-known fact by now. And that's precisely why, and these problems are very high on uncertainty in terms of problem and solution, also very high on the externalities and the factors that impact these problems, right? So it should be obvious that there should be a lot more sharing of failures. But what we see is the percentage and the amount and the level of capturing of learnings, of capturing of failures, of capturing of what doesn't happen is not nearly enough. In fact, we feel it needs to be inverse, right? What we do see, however, a lot more of is the noise, which is basically the verifiable successes, the impact number reached, the gold standards. If it were that simple, many of the problems that we have, which are actually getting worse as we go on as a human society, would have been solved by now. So we do feel like by not going beyond the binary, we are actually losing the chance and the opportunity of getting there faster. So we do feel like this is extremely critical to be candid about learnings, to be candid about failures, to really kind of document a lot more of those than the successes, which will help overall the sector as a whole. We see a lot of ask and auditing on the financial side, right? Always financial transparency, but not the same rigor on the learning side. Although that is way equally important than the financial reporting and audits that we see. We do believe that today the pace of development has been restricted because of this lack of transparency in a significant manner. And in 2018, however, and with the leadership of many of the champions sitting here today as well, we had a lot of people starting to talk about this. And it really struck a chord. We never thought that it would strike this level of a chord, but I think the level of the people were wanting to talk about it, people wanting to know more about it. How is it possible that everything is working out, right? We had Vijay Mahajan, who from his own personal story really inspired a lot of people to start capturing it, reaching out, engaging further. We had Veena ji and Priya that provided invaluable failure stories in the clean cooking sector. We had Gayatri from LabourNet really kind of saying that employment doesn't mean livelihoods, and really putting it out there what it means to have a livelihood. We had TM Krishna, who made us see multiple levels beyond the binary and just sort of opened up, I think, a lot of the people to shift their gaze and to just kind of realize that it's not always, things are not always the way they may seem or the way they're written, right? And finally, we had Wilson Bezwada, who really kind of brought back the attention on who is all this for and who finally fails. Who finally fails, the end users. We will all get away scot-free, we all have safety nets. But I think who finally gets away and who loses out in the world is the poor of the world. And I think that's where we need to sort of get back to and say, he relayed this story of how, it was a court case which he relays into 2018, and he was fighting rights for manual scavengers. And of course, the people that he had come with, which were the manual scavenging women, and they did not understand much of it. And at the end of it, they lost the court case, but they looked at him and he describes the moment where they were like, did we succeed? Did we fail? And I think for us, it just brought back, the attention and the alignment on who we need to be doing all this and why this is so important as a topic and as a theme. So I'll pause there, and I'd like to bring upon the first session, the moderator for the first session. But yeah, over to you. Thank you so much, everyone. Really look forward to engaging in the 2 days. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Huda, for setting the context for us. I hope we are all ready to kickstart the day. Our first session for today is the Decade of the Bold Failures in Philanthropy. Philanthropic monies have been key drivers of some critical junctures in history. How do we look back at their journey and extract learnings to carry forward, to work together in solidarity and be bolder in thought and action? To deliberate on the same and provide possible roadmaps, we have Dr. Harish Hande as the moderator in conversation with Ms. Rohini Nilekani, who has been a strong supporter of the concept of impact failure since 2018. She has been our guiding light this year as well, and we are honored to have you, ma'am.
We're also grateful to have Ms. Carol Gribno join us from SELCO Foundation, who has been playing a critical role in shaping high-risk and flexible philanthropies for civil societies and enterprises across the globe. Can we please have a round of applause for them as we invite them on stage? Ma'am, please join us on stage. Just want to take a moment to let the audience know that we'll be using Slido for any questions that you have during this session. The code is on the top left corner of our AV. I'll repeat the code once more, which is 2602108. If there is any issue with the web browsing, please let us know, we'll help you out. Over to you, Harish sir.
That's all right, thanks. Thanks, thank you so much for coming for this Failures Conference, and let's see, and we hope, as one of our colleagues said, Neeraj from PATH said, this is going to be confession time. And hopefully it's a good confession time, and I'll come back to my own role a little later on. But Rohini, you have been a champion for us for the whole concept of philanthropy, the whole concept of being transparent. Could you kick off this conference?
Thank you. Namaskara Yellarigu. It's really great to be here again. This is the SELCO Foundation, Harish, Rachita, Hura. Thank you for failing to fail. You have failed at making this conference a failure. It's really quite a success, and this concept of this conference has got internationally recognized, and we need to continue this journey. So you want me to do my spiel now? I thought Carol was going first. All right. So thank you. And I was told to, yes, it's about the failure of philanthropy, but I was told to give candidly an example of failure. Now, since I've been here many times before, I won't repeat the many failures of the journey from 1992 with Nagrik, some things that went wrong in Akshara, Pratham books, Argyam, etc. So today I'm going to talk about a brand new thing, which is the journey of X-Step Foundation. In some sense, X-Step Foundation was born out of two failures. I mean, everything is not a failure, but there are aspects of everything which could be a failure. One was the failure to complete my journey in Akshara Foundation to create significant impact in early education. And the second was the failure of Nandan's election campaign, after which we all had to say, now what shall we all do? So in 2014, we got together to say, let's work on education, which is really a large-scale problem. And so the whole team, the parts of the Aadhaar team, parts of the election team, we all got together and set up X-Step Foundation with a goal to impact at least 200 million children within 5 years. Now the team was very happy to recombine with a big purpose again, because both the Aadhaar campaign and the election campaign really took a lot of coordination and talent. Very happy to come back with a big purpose. And I must say, a lot of the team's basic core competences were in technology, and they had just tasted success with the Aadhaar mission, right? Such a large-scale project using technology and many other things. So I think at the outset, because we had so much tech talent in the team, we thought it's going to be solved with technology. We knew everything else was also needed. There were a lot of us who had experience in education, but definitely we thought that we could, and it's not necessarily a bad thing, as you will see later in the story, that we could use technology in a way that it had not been deployed before in the learning sector for young children. And so off we went. We spent a really large amount of money consulting the best in the field in the whole world, and we began to wonder whether what Indian children really needed was a very personalized learning journey, because at the systemic level, a lot of things were failing the children. And so we spent a lot of time trying to understand what would happen if we could get access for young children to personalized learning. So we got the best in the world to create games and all sorts of things, which mainly made a big hole in our pockets, but didn't really reach too many children. And then we said, oh, it's not enough to just create a few games, we should open this out. So we created the Genie platform so that everybody could using that technology, put learning games. But then we sat back and said, even that won't get us anywhere, because if you want to reach 200 million children, there is no way with even all the resources we have that we can do it. So then we said we have to pivot. See, failure is going to happen, but if you stay on your journey because you're comfortable in it, without really deep listening from outside, then that is even more of a failure than the programmatic failure you have. So we kept on pivoting, but even the pivots were not enough. And we realized that there was an element of hubris in our thing, because we said, if we can't do it through technology, who can, right? We'd had so much success before. And then it was really time to sit back and take a deep breath and take off all our hubris, put on all our humility, deep humility, and listen again. And then we came up, just before the pandemic actually, in 2018, we worked very closely with the union government and started to build out for the government the national teacher platform called Diksha. And as it happened, that platform was ready just before the pandemic broke out, and schools suddenly shut down. And this platform then had to get ready very quickly to serve 10 million teachers and double the 10 times the number of students. So I think I'll close here by saying, and then I'll talk about something else. I'll close here by saying that the failure to recognize your failure is a very deep thing. You have to be able to take stock. You have to be able to let go. Because many times you really get very possessive about some idea or some program that you have. Or even philanthropists get very tied to something big that they think they are going to solve it in this way, and it's only a matter of time. So they keep on pushing resources into something, and then eventually it's too late. So I think we were very lucky that there are a lot of nagging voices around us which say, we told you it's not going to work that way, and we began to listen to them a lot more. I think the team pivoted marvelously, and even though, yes, we began to be technology-enabled and not technology-led. And there is a huge difference in that. And because we were technology-enabled and mission-led, we came back and said our mission is 200 million children. Technology can enable that mission, but the mission is first and the technology takes the back seat. That's how we were able to create a dynamic platform for the government like Diksha. And it had billions, not millions, billions of transactions per month during the height of the pandemic. And even today, now it is being, and the way we did it was, we created an open source digital software called Sunbird, and many people are using Sunbird now in various other sectors as well. So we quickly learned, don't push one solution down any pipeline, distribute the ability to solve. And I think that one idea that we cemented allowed XStep to now become successful, but we never forget how we failed. And I would say this is, in some sense, before I close, it is a kind of similar to the failure of philanthropy everywhere. We get attached to certain ideas and missions that are mostly our own and don't necessarily belong to the people in whose name we do philanthropy. And I think it's very important to step back and look at that periodically with deep humility and a very open mind. The other failure, I would say, of philanthropy, and I don't know, Carol, if you'll agree with me when you speak, is that I think, at least from India's perspective, our philanthropists are simply not bold enough. We are not taking on the challenges that are staring us in the face. And the way we do our philanthropy also needs to change. Just a couple of days ago, I heard once again in a wearying manner just how many hoops people are made to go through to get a little bit of amount of money at the end of it by philanthropists who are not really themselves engaging in the process by which their philanthropic partners are selected. And it's really a call to everybody to make your processes much simpler. Junior people coming in and asking very senior civil society experts all kinds of humiliating questions in order to get a few $100s. I don't think that's right. That is definitely a failure. But more importantly, can we step up as philanthropists? God knows there is a lot of money sloshing around in this country, all dressed up as philanthropy with nowhere to go, because we are not willing to let it go far beyond our gates. And this is meant not to point fingers, because if I point a finger, I'm always going to be pointing 3 back at myself. So this is not a blame game, but it is a call to action that this is the human decade that we need to become bold. And if philanthropy doesn't do it, who will? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rohini, for, as usual, setting the stage, and hopefully many of us listen to it and actually make it practical. And because we only have 7 years for the SDG goals, and we are so far away from discussing. Carol, stage is yours.
Yes, thank you. And let me start first by thanking you for inviting me to be a speaker here at this conference with so many people in the room, and also I understood outside the room. And I'm very excited to be back in India, a country I visited many times in the past and where I met many brave, innovative, entrepreneurial people who teach me a lot about social change and innovation. So we talked about the conference some time back, and you said it's really nice to talk about what I am right now, what I'm doing right now at Doen. Since January 2021, I'm the co-director of the Doen Foundation, which is a funder based in the Netherlands that is supporting entrepreneurial people and with various financial instruments to make their initiatives bigger, stronger, and more visible. But before joining Doen, I was in development cooperation for around 30 years, and working from the Netherlands, but also in various countries across the globe, including Nepal, Mali, Cameroon, and Egypt. I worked a lot with civil society organizations, both international NGOs like HIVOS, Oxfam, SNV, but also with women organizations, farmer organizations. So I've been on the practitioner side for, well, most of my professional life, and so also at the receiving end of funder money. So just less than 2 years ago, I shifted to this position as a funder. You also asked me to talk about, like, you know, experiences with failures, and I wanted to tap into an experience I had in my previous position, and then we'll link that to how I look at the role of funders, including the role of the Doen Foundation. So I worked 13 years as a program director at HIVOS Foundation, and during those 13 years I was very closely involved in a coffee initiative in East Africa. It was a public-private partnership. And the partnership decided to pilot first with a new scalable approach to reach out to really large number of farmers to enable them to have more viable and sustainable farming systems. And we really the ambition was really to test the approach for scaling. So we worked on it for 3 years. The pilot was very successful in the sense that we really learned how to reach out to a large number of farmers with the right kind of infrastructure, but also to include women in that process who, as probably some of you know, are very critical actors in the coffee sector. The pilot showed that through that kind of structured support to farmers, like consistent 3-year support to farmers, they can really triple their yields. but also by including women in decision-making processes, it allows to really adjust the farming system, and there came far more attention to diversification. So we run this pilot. We're very happy with the results. All partners were also involved, and we said, well, we're now ready for scaling. And we had 2 funders that were willing to support this initiative for another 5 years. And then during those 5 years, I think everything went different than what we had assumed when designing the theory of change and so on. And I will just highlight a few. I mean, there's so many to share, but just highlight a few to give you a feeling of, you know, the struggle in terms of a changing environment. So the first thing that happened was in Kenya, which was one of the countries we were working in, the government decided to become far more actively engaged in coffee marketing. So that influenced the whole relationship between coffee cooperatives and the marketing and support agencies that were set up to support these coffee cooperatives. So the whole idea of supporting these farmers for a 3-year period was really at risk, because farmers really opted for different marketing outlets. So what we learned there is that the relationship between farmers and, for instance, these traders, which we felt with this particular trader was built on trust and long-term perspective for reliable income, was influenced by many factors, and some of these factors are also contradicting. The other thing that happened was that one of the larger private sector partners decided to shift its operations from the north of Tanzania, where we had been testing, where we had established an infrastructure, to the southern part of Tanzania. And that had so many financial and logistical consequences that we had to decide to stop the program in Tanzania. The next thing that happened was that this global coffee trader merged with another one, which led to serious staff changes, including the main sustainable person in the organization to leave, but also a shift in business operations. So all this told us really a lot about the dynamics in the coffee sector, the competition, and how that plays out in programs like the one we were having with this coffee trader. The last one, and that's a more positive one, was really like, we had brought women really at the decision-making level, at farm level. And what we saw was that because of that, there was a huge focus on diversification at the coffee farm. In one particular region, women were really pushing for including bananas into the coffee farm. And that became such a success that one of the members of this coffee trader was saying there's too much gender, too many bananas in this program, and too little coffee. So it's what was putting the coffee business at stake. So looking at this case, the question is really, how do we qualify success and failure? What does it mean? I mean, because it's very multidimensional. So through this and other experiences, I really saw and learned that social change is highly complex, and especially in the world we're seeing today with rapid changes and a lot of connections between the local and the global, it's very difficult to avoid failures. But I think, and I think you also alluded to that, we really have an obligation to learn from those failures and also to look at those successes. Where do they come from? What is the reason, and how can we adjust? And I think by doing that, it will allow us to navigate in that messy, complex world and find out, like, how do we reach, you know, this, well, the objectives we have set or the mission we have set as organizations. So for me, it's indeed recognizing failure, but also success, learning, adjusting, and navigating your way through this world. Then the whole thing is about how is that journey being supported by funders? So in this particular case, we had 2 funders. The first one was obviously not very happy when we explained changing circumstances and our inability to reach the results, the quantitative results we had agreed, but we found a way out in a creative manner. But the other one was very much result-focused and was very much insisting on meeting those results. Otherwise, it would affect the funding we were receiving from them. So what that meant for an NGO in terms of, we had already delivered many services to farmers, and then risking not receiving the funding, I think is a risk very few NGOs can run. So, so I've seen over the years many funders moving into that direction, becoming very result-oriented, looking for short-term projects with very little flexibility, very little trust involved in the relationship with their partners. And yeah, for me, that was one of the reasons also when working for my previous organization and working in development, I at a certain moment recognized that I can't really stay true to my drive to contribute to social change if this whole funding environment is changing in that manner. So that's when I moved to the Doen Foundation. So shall I say a little bit about the Doen Foundation? Yeah. So Doen Foundation is a funder, as I already mentioned. We're based in the Netherlands. And it's good to tell a little bit about our existence. I mean, we are funded by the charity lotteries. Some of you may be familiar with that. And the charity lotteries have been established in the Netherlands and a number of other countries to really support civil society organizations to do what they're best at. And they do that by providing long-term trust-based funding. So we are one of the major beneficiaries, you could say, of the charities. And we were established to really support innovative, risky, you could say, entrepreneurial people with smaller initiatives. So these people could be entrepreneurs, social entrepreneurs, but also civil society organizations. As Doen, we really believe in, you know, the need for system change. So not for simple projects, service delivery, but really thinking about how do we want to transition our world from a world which is based on linear production processes to more circular production processes. A world where there's exclusion of many to a world where everybody is included, where there is solidarity, and where there is spaces also for imagination, for different perspectives, because we really believe that that will also help in being innovative, thinking out of the box. So this is what we are set out as Doen. And yeah, we really support in that process organizations that are very bold, that have innovative ideas, that are sometimes risky also, but we're prepared to take that risk, but also to grow and to, with the development process of organizations. So in the case of social entrepreneurs, we can start with a grant and then move to loans and to equity. So we really look at what is it that this particular organization needs and how can we support best. We're very flexible. So also in terms of, yes, when we sit with partners, we look at their mission. What failure? I want to share one example, which is here on the back. So, because it's interesting, like there in the Netherlands, we had this big problem of almost 10% of vegetables being wasted because supermarkets were not accepting their quality. They had the shape like this one, so not straight, which was required by the supermarket. There was this social enterprise that said, well, we cannot afford to waste so much vegetables, so much valuable vegetables. So can we develop a business around it? They did so. They processed all these vegetables, made really wonderful soups, which you see over there. They became so successful that the larger retailers took over the initiative, really saw the business case for it. So in the end, the business no longer exists. I mean, they really had to stop. But retailers have taken over, and even today we can find this kind of soup and these vegetables in the supermarkets in the Netherlands. So again, a failure for the company maybe because they no longer exist, but a huge success in addressing this big problem of waste in the Netherlands. So that was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Thanks. Thank you both for setting the stage, and as we said, we failed to have gender parity on the stage. So, but also for colleagues, we have 4 confession tables also, as Neeraj said. We have 4 confession tables and we have expert confession. We have one confession for NGOs, which is going to be run by Father Roshan. It's on, if you can actually tell about, some people are taking it seriously, but if you want to talk about how you're going to use COVID as your next excuse for all the deliverables that you don't meet over the next 3 years, right? And so the Father Roshan is expert of that, so he will. The second confession is for the funders. We have Father Joby, who is, the Bishop Joby, who is going to, so then I can say, how can you push for the grantees to scale even if you know that they are going to fail and they're not, as long as you can tell your board that you can meet. The third is going to be run by Cardinal Thomas, I don't know where he is, but it's by the CSR agencies who push for you to create a system around the airport so your CEO can come and cut the ribbon. It has to be 30 kilometers within the airport so the CFO or the CEO can come and cut the ribbon, right? The fourth was, unfortunately, even the Pope refused because it was the failure of the multilaterals. He said, even I can't handle that. So any one of you can actually, so we have four confessions, but anybody can go to the fourth one, which is the ideal one. But yes, this is where I hope all our panelists also come be brutal, because this is all we do for the sector, because if we don't do what the failures are, then how can we actually set an example for other youngsters to take it up? So, Rohit, why are we still afraid?
I think, who's we in this case? From
General
the
society.
multilaterals?
No, the ecosystem is afraid. The reports are very, very fantastic. The photos are great. And if you add all the impact numbers, it's more than the population of India.
Yeah.
Right? So how do we look at it?
I think this notion, this narrow definition of success, everyone wants to be successful. Nobody's seeking to fail. But the narrow definition of success means we can only do some things which fit into that model. And we are afraid to do something outside that because then we'll not be able to fit into that model of success. So I think one of the things coming out of a conference like this, and it's not just one conference, it'll take time, is how can we redefine the notions of success so that even failure doesn't look like it looks today. And we know that success may take time, it may take a lot of pivots, but if we can just expand the notion of what it means to succeed, I think people will be less afraid. Right now we are just afraid to try new things because we want to fit into one model. And of course there are many other reasons to be afraid, which is if we do different, from the civil society perspective, your donors may not match what you, or from the donors' perspective, they're afraid of being narrowly defined by one law, and that you have to only do things which fit into a law. Taking very bold initiatives nowadays can be risky. We don't like to talk too much about human rights anymore. All over the world we are finding it very difficult to have those conversations. So it's natural that people are a little afraid. But I think the first step is, let's broaden the idea of what it means to succeed across space and time.
Thanks, Rohit, for that. So continuing on that, Carol, you have been on both sides of the aisle. On one side where you wanted to squeeze the neck of the funders and saying that, why are you asking me so many things? On the other side, now you're bringing those onto this side of the aisle, right? What is the failure that you yourself went through that you're going to make sure that you're going to rectify on this side of the aisle?
For me, the whole question about success and failure, as I said, I mean, for me it's so much related to the fact that social change is highly complex. So, and I think it's especially also right now with the urgency to act. We have a climate crisis, we have a biodiversity crisis, there is huge inequality. I think there is also a feeling that we need to act fast. We need to deliver results because what's ahead of us is quite serious. And I think what I've learned from earlier experience, but also what I see in Dune and what I think we're really trying to do is recognizing that complexity, recognizing that if you're an entrepreneur, a startup, there's a journey. You're navigating your business through that messy world. So not to be too much attached to like deliverables, results, but more on this journey and the mission that you want to achieve. And I think within Dune, that's exactly the space we're having and which we are also continuously emphasizing. So I think it's that ability to be flexible and allowing our partners to really navigate in that complexity.
I'll also answer that in the sense that when I started implementing as a social entrepreneur, I was able to see what donors expected of us, right? And then when I'm only doing the philanthropy, I have to carry that memory with me. And the first things I would say is, you have to learn how to trust. I keep saying, if you start out with trust, you end up with trust. So that's the first lesson I learned from being on this side and then being on that side. So you have to trust more, you have to let go more if you really want. And you have to be able to distribute agency, not distribute solutions. That is what you learn when you are yourself having had a lot of successes and failures in implementing something. As a donor, you have to be able to absorb what civil society really needs, which is flexibility, as Carol said, and trust, which is desperately needed. And also, how does, in every sector, how do you develop the agency of people to solve their own problems?
Yeah, so isn't that, both to Rohini and Carol to start, isn't that getting more complex? Because as both of you said, it's a complex problem, right? It's the eradication of poverty, climate change. But suddenly everybody is coming and saying the private sector will solve it, right? Private sector will get in an efficiency. And that's exactly part to what you just said. The young program managers who are asking people with decades of experience coming from the private sector, I think we are further going into the failing sector, right? We are like, would Unilever hire a program manager who has no experience of sales at all? But in this sector, we are getting with no experience, you can do the funding. Don't you think we are, on one hand, we are all talking about these complexities, but on the other hand, the processor are actually against?
Yes, very interesting question. Are we relying too much on private sector? I think for me, this whole social change is about civil society, private sector, and government. So you need all of them. So it's not just private sector. Let me start by saying that. I think there's also a lot of emphasis on investments. I always say subsidies do have a role to play. And I think especially in poorer parts of the world, we cannot expect business models to work easily, while in other areas, governments have invested a lot. If we take, for instance, energy, governments have subsidized the grid everywhere in the world. But now we're expecting mini-grids to become profitable right away and serving last mile communities. I think that's really not feasible. So, I think, this, again, it's like, I think it really requires deep knowledge, had to work on social change. So having young staff in organization, I think it's possible because they're bringing a lot of fresh ideas and sometimes also different backgrounds, but I think you need to combine it also with very experienced people who have also that track record really in the field, internationally and so on.
I think the reason I wrote the book Samaj Sarkar Bazaar, a Citizen First Approach, is because I believe that we need to really understand Samaj as the foundational sector. And that the bazaar is a continuum, the markets are a continuum of the social sector, as is the state. And I think the role of the business sector is critical in this decade when we have to solve problems perhaps created by the markets. So they have to be solved with the markets. They cannot possibly be solved without them. But to expect the business sector to solve social problems alongside that, I would much prefer that Sarkar and Samaj allow bazaar to solve its own problems first, which is to create more sustainable businesses, to not create negative externalities, and to focus on that and support that through policy and through civil sector voices and civil sector holding up a mirror. So that, I think, is the role of the bazaar in these times, to reduce their negative externalities And of course, it's fine if some profits go towards the Samaj sector, but not to come in there as experts to solve societal issues. Solve bazaar issues first.
Is it possible?
Of course it's possible, because, I mean, there's no choice, right? This climate change, especially in the environmental crisis, has to be solved with the bazaar, and in many cases by the bazaar, by the markets. So, of course it's possible. And hope is an absolutely necessary thing in today's time. Too late for pessimism.
Yeah, no, thanks.
And I think maybe to add on that, I think there are many social enterprises showing that it's possible. Huh? And I think, I mean, there's so many examples. I went to the field with some of the colleagues to look at social startups with a very strong impact-driven mission. I think it's feasible. Huh? So I think what these examples are showing, also to larger private sector players, it is possible to run a profitable business and have societal impact. And I think if we start from looking from there, and what does it take to have these kind of businesses and to be as an inspiration also for a larger private sector, I think that will already go a long way in solving some of the societal problems we see today.
Yeah, Harish, you know that the idea is already out there. You can't put it back in the tube.
Right.
Business will have to be environmentally sustainable. And in the energy sector, look at what's happening. I just heard that we love to create villains out of the big guys, right? Amazon, Microsoft, everybody. But apparently Amazon, 75% of its supply chain is driven by renewable energy. They are these companies are putting billions of dollars into researching better packaging. That's only one part of everything. But so many things happening. Look at the cost of energy today. The cost of renewable energy is going down every day, and fossil fuel energy is going to be unviable at some point in time. So I think directionally we are moving in the right way. It's going to take time, but Adam Warburg, you know Adam,
right.
He told me, because I said as a grandmother, I keep worrying about my grandchild's future, what are we leaving behind, blah, 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 doom and gloom. But he said, no, think about it. He believes that he thinks by 2050, 60, that actually carbon will not be the biggest topic on the table. There'll be other issues, but not carbon. He says your grandson, when he's 60 years old, is going to have much less carbon in the atmosphere than we have today. And doesn't mean we can all go home and go to sleep now. We all have to work to make that reality happen and keep pushing the pedal. But I think we also shouldn't be so trapped in the idea that 30 years is all failure, 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 not to see the green shoots that are sprouting.
No, thank you for that. So I'll see, for example, this is to start with Carol and then with Rohini. So because in present way, both of you are on this side of the aisle of philanthropy, where on the other side, it's like people think it's a beauty contest of writing proposals. My proposal versus that proposal, this proposal, right? It's all about a beauty contest, rather. Who wins, right? Rather than saying that we're all for the common goal of solving poverty. So there's a friend of mine who went in high school. He went to high school and went home and showed his marks in mathematics, and he got 90. And father, just like an Asian parent, gave him one slap and said, "Boss, you added 0. You got 9 and you added 0 to your report card. So don't lie that you got 90, right?" Then he's still frustrated with father till date. He said, "How come my father misjudged me? I actually added the 9, right?" So the question is, our civil society always comes up with, okay, we have not reached the direct numbers of 100 families. Can we do indirect of 6,000 families? And how do we calculate this number? So I see a lot of the civil society people running after these impact numbers because we have told the funder, if you have not reached indirect, we'll reach an indirect. Who will monitor the indirect, right? It's not possible. Why have we got into this mess? And how do we clear it? Because that's one of the fundamental issues where the NGOs will not come on for, because my funder will tell me not to tell those numbers, right? I'm just coming to the process level that you spoke about, Rohini, is that how do we change the process from the funders also to be more flexible in your thought process, and which is becoming worse on a daily basis. And that's why you don't see a collaboration. You have a CII of industries, but you really don't have collaborations of the NGOs because you all fight for the same pot of money. Yeah. What is your take on it?
Well, I very much recognize what you're saying. I think in 1 year, in my previous position, in 1 year, we lost 5 tenders, becoming second. And in a tender, there's only one winner. So becoming second is like the worst. You can better be like, the last in 4 tenders and then win 1. And then being second, which shows there's quality, good ideas, but there's just one organization or one coalition being stronger. So I've becoming very frustrated about this whole idea of tenders, that there is just one winner. I think, again, looking at the fact that this is a complex world, we don't have the solutions right at hand. We need to navigate, experiment, learn. I think you need multiple options. So that's what I really like about Doen Foundation. We're very open. So everybody can submit proposals. We're out there, as networking. People can approach us. So it's not a matter of competition. I think that's very important. I think the competition is really killing the civil society sector, at least. So we do need to get away with that competition. I think these open processes that really allow organizations, individually or as coalitions, to come up with ideas, to really have the possibility to exchange also, so that you can together work out, like, what is it exactly that we want to achieve, is a very interesting approach, I would say, and I would really recommend many others to follow suit.
So before when you answer, do you think your jokes got funnier when you shifted from being a grantee to a funder?
My what?
Did your jokes get funnier? People started to laugh more once you became a funder because they needed to please you?
Yeah. No, I think that's partly
That's
true.
partly true,
Yeah.
right?
I think in front of the funders, the jokes of the funders get funnier, but behind the funders' back, the jokes get funnier about the funders. That much I know. No, I would say from the funders' perspective, I would say 3 things. One is funders really need to internalize that efficiency and equity can be orthogonal. You can be on some efficiency track, but equity is not improving. And to really deeply understand that means you will have to redesign your metrics. Okay? Right. Second, perhaps instead of, first of all, metrics are important. I have come to realize that, I wish it weren't the case and everybody could do whatever they felt like. But yes, you do need to understand what's happening. But those metrics have to be always co-created. And they always have to be flexible. That's very simple. But the third thing I think philanthropists need to look more at, and certainly we are trying to do that, is, see, I have many portfolios. Say in the environment and ecology portfolio, can the mission scale even when the organization doesn't scale? So if every organization doesn't have to have the metrics of scale and impact, but the mission, which means the whole portfolio needs to have some broad parameters by which we can assess, are we on the right track? Are we absolutely missing the tree for the forest or the other way around? So I think that is an interesting way. Then the onus of creating the larger metrics is with the philanthropy and not with each organization. So these are the 3 things I can think of to change this crisis. Okay. And by the way, really civil society for its own survival needs to collaborate with its partners and create its own groups, membership-based groups, so that they can advocate for their causes, whatever that might be, more strongly than ever before. It is the need of the hour.
Thanks, Rohini, for doing that. And thanks both of you brought this. And last question before I turn to the audience question is, do you think, to both of you, you have to be successful of a certain category actually to talk about failures? Do you have to reach to certain level before which people that you have the confidence to talk about, say, failures?
And then you mean as a donor, as a funder,
or anybody, right? As a donor, like only if you succeed, then you have the confidence of talking about failures.
I have to think about it. I don't think you need to have that, but maybe you want to go first.
No, who will listen to me if all I have done is fail? It's about it's up to the listeners. Right. Listeners are not going to say, "Oh, I failed. I'm hapless, hopeless, helpless. Please listen to me." I don't think you people will listen. Right. You want to listen to how I came out of that haplessness and hopelessness, right? So while we are in the moments of failure, we want empathy. We don't need an audience with a mic and a podium, right? You need empathy, you need support. I think to be able to talk about it has to come from some kind of hindsight.
Right. Do you agree with that,
Yeah,
Carol?
very much.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Carol. So I have this so-called new technology, whatever they have told me to see the questions. Sorry, I'm failing in this, but talking about
These are questions from the audience?
audience, yes.
Okay.
So that it's the saying that if you give the mic, people will take the whole time.
No,
So
but
that-
Harish, you're a strong moderator, yeah? You're being technology-led and not technology-enabled. Let people talk, yeah?
Sure.
If they talk too long, take away the mic.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Roy. So I'm closing this. So. So who is going to be the first guinea pig? Yeah. No?
I think you can start. It's not such a large. I bet you've had your breakfast. You can talk loudly.
Can I start? Yeah. I think all the points you both have made are extremely important. But as we look at, I'm associated with 3 or 4 civil society organizations. And
Usha, please identify yourself.
okay, I'm Usha Thorat, and I am associated with 3 organizations, 1 in ecological security and 2 in health. CSR funds is the most important source of funding for most of the smaller organizations. And metrics have become very, very important under the rules, plus all the other rules that have been, quite tough. In many areas, metrics are not exactly easily measurable, and that too not within a very short period of time. So in this context, trust plays really hardly any role with funders, because they are also governed so much by their own, compulsions.
How many people have actually come together to create sustainable, positive alternatives to the CSR law? There's plenty of opportunity to do that. We are only sitting and complaining about it. If all of us got together, sat with the government, made a public noise about positive alterations that we want in the CSR law, things will change.
Are you going to take the lead?
I want CSR people. I want the corporations to lead this.
We'll get one or
And
two.
civil society. I am a private personal philanthropist. The CSR law doesn't affect me as much as it does a lot of the people in this room. Get together, advocate.
Thank you.
So I'm Chaitanya from Chemical Sustainability, and we work in energy and rural integration part. What I find very interesting is that it's great to have big foundations out here and people with a big experience talking about the challenges. But what is seen on what I have personally experienced on the ground is when we are approaching there are a lot of post CSR laws, there are a lot of these companies who have the fund. And for example, Bombay, the most clueless zone. There is no one out there to bridge the gap to say, actually, this is the requirement. Apart from ODF or water, now water is the main thing. So apart from those 5 things, the government decides, okay, we'll fund it here. So what we find very interesting is that they're clueless about even that bit. And then they take a very safe bet. Okay, I'll just put up a sanitary pad machine out in the station. End the story. Oh, the safest bet is I'll just put it in the PMO fund. Now, what we are finding this, like a platform is needed whereby the people who have a say come in from all walks of life, whereby the smaller funding parties or the CSR funds can come in, can join that thing and at least have pointers and at least they know where to go from beyond the 5 which is defined by the government, or which is, I usually call it the flavor of the season. Okay, right now this is water. Okay. So that is something strongly needed, and how that can be bridged. Can there be through something more like this or what? So,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sorry, it's a domestic.
I know.
No, but I'm continuing the same point. All of us need to get together and provide alternatives. I would also say CSR is, what is 25,000 crores? Nothing. I think civil society needs to find new ways to make bridges to private donors, small and large. That's where your real bulk of your money is going to come from, okay? And years of being fed by foreign funders have made us all a bit lazy. Now is the time to build bridges, and it takes time to build those bridges. So the bricks of those bridges are storytelling. You know, take out your brick kilns of storytelling and build those bridges to Indian personal donors. Don't put all your hopes on CSR, is something I truly believe in. Because a law like that, just imagine now they've bucketed corporate funding into 2% of profit, and that too after a certain turnover. Is there anything stopping a company from giving more than 2% of its profits? Absolutely not. They can do that. So now it's conveniently bucketed into only 2%, okay? And that too with so many restrictions. What is stopping those people from doing more? I think we have to build more bridges of trust, friendship, and information. And stories are the bricks of those bridges.
Thank you, Ronnie. And I tend to Ms. Usha Thora. People who don't know, she was the former deputy governor of RBI. And when SELCO had first applied in '94, when India opened up and the FIPB, so when I went to her chamber there, I said I wanted to meet Deputy Governor Thorat. They said, which one, Mr. or Mrs.? Both of them were on the same floor at that point of time. But she gave us FIPB permission, breaking the hoop. So if there is will, like champions like her, in different positions, we can actually move. So other people who want to share personal failure, that your question, or you want to have a personal failure question to both Carol and Rohini, would be great to have. Please. Yes. Okay. Sure. Okay, sure. Absolutely.
Good point.
Thank you.
Full inclusion.
Thank you.
Sir,
yes.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
I'm Ashutosh Kumar, Mahatma Gandhi National Forum, working with government of Tamil Nadu. So I had a very particular question, like the philanthropy and donations by the bigger corporations and the bigger people have become tax evasion more than they really want to solve the problems of this society. Being working in the government, inside and outside working all the cooperation, I accept that there is exceptions, but like if you see the scenario in the like USA as well, they are just talking about the tax the rich instead of being donating and the philanthropic more to the society, because that's not doing the and solving the cause which they really intend, and what they are doing is pretty much the like you said about the Amazon's 97% was the carbon that's and but the actual the thing when they came up, the most of the documentaries and the initial came up that the Amazon and the other big 5 companies are greenwashing up the things to make their image more predominant, attractive to the people rather than solving up the problem. So what's your take on this? Thank you.
Yeah, I think taxation is indeed very important. So let me start by that. I don't know exactly the details of CSR here. I've seen it in other countries. I think CSR is interesting, but it's not always, let's say, influencing the primary processes in the businesses. And I think, as you also highlighted, I think there is a need for private sector to really incorporate externalities in their primary processes. So to really reduce environmental and social impacts, negative environmental and social impacts. I think, and that also relates to what you mentioned, is that there's not one source of funding that will solve the problems of civil society organizations. I think there is CSR funding, it's a reality. There's funding from governments, there's funding from multilaterals, there's funding from foreign donors. So diversification, I think, is very critical for civil society organizations. Make sure that your resources are really diversified, because I think that will allow you the flexibility to do what you're best at and what you think is really needed.
So can I ask a question from this for both of you, one by one?
I hope her question, yeah. Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead. I just want to make sure that the lady who said that some people can't speak out, if she has a question. Yeah, please go ahead, Harish.
Yes, I have one question directly to you, Carol. Do philanthropists give money to fail?
To faith.
Fail.
Oh, to fail.
To fail. Well, I can't speak on behalf of all philanthropists. I can speak on behalf of Dune. And yes, we accept failure. As I said, I mean, we are very with high risk because we always look at if this initiative succeeds, what is the potential impact it could generate? So if the potential impact is very substantial, we are very much willing to take that risk and to allow for failure as well.
And to you, Rohini, was that there is a trust deficit between philanthropy and NGOs. The way the new philanthropy is, it's more demanding on output and ecosystem. There's a trust deficit between the two.
Yeah, there is a trust deficit for sure, and I think I've talked about this before. It may be a difference of ideologies also. So it's not just about trust, because the donor community may have different market-based ideologies, quite naturally, because that's where their wealth came from. They have a great belief in the market system, and very often civil society actors have slightly less of a faith in market systems, and sometimes that can create a problem of how do you bridge that gap, right? But I still say we have to change what we can change, and I believe in the power of the storytelling of impact. And I don't mean impact in numbers necessarily, that civil society needs to make its case better. Make its case better. One organization told me it takes them 36 touch points to convert a philanthropy. And they don't give up at 13. And so I don't know if the Indian civil sector is ready for 36 touch points with philanthropists, but even if we do 1/3 of that, it may make some headway. To make the trust happen is not going to be automatic. But by the way, the young donors that I meet, Nitin Kamath and all, many of them are very, very innovative and very, very trust-based. So there's a whole generation of new kinds of philanthropies coming up.
So somebody asked both of you, saying that could you relay a very personal failure that we will feel you're one of us?
Well, I already mentioned that I failed in getting donor funding, in being in those competitions and not ending first. So that felt as a failure and really wasting lots of valuable resources and also ideas. So that felt as a failure in a certain way. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, no, I've already talked of several failures on my 30-year journey in public. But yeah, I mean, many times, as a person whose wealth means I have huge responsibility to give forward, I often feel like a failure because however much we do, we can't make the change we want. It's very hard. And it's not just our burden, but you do feel it. You feel it here in your heart. Because things don't change as much as you want them to. So there's a deep sense of inadequacy many times, yeah.
Yeah, thanks. And to you, I mean, one of the questions was, and I'll reframe that a bit, is that many a time people say that you need to now get money from somewhere else because we have funded you enough. That shows that the philanthropist's goal was to go, when you go to a restaurant, you don't go and say, I've eaten enough, I should go to a different restaurant. If you like the restaurant, you keep going to the restaurant, right? If that particular NGO is delivering the best for the output that you wanted, why do you want to exit?
Yeah, very good question, yeah. If I look at Dune Foundation, we see our role very much as accelerating a transition. Right. So, and within that transition, you need different organizations, being social entrepreneurs, being artists, being civil society organizations. So we really look at that transition and where is it? So for instance, renewable energy, we funded for a long time in the Netherlands, and we decided last year to phase out or to take a slightly different role because we felt that the broader ecosystem had reached a certain level where others were becoming more valuable and adding, useful, and we could, step out. So I think it's a balancing act in a way between, let's say, the broader ambitions you have as a funder in terms of the social change you want to see, and then working with multiple organizations that play a role in that transition. So I also somehow assume that when the transition moves forward, that also the position of the different organizations that are working in that transition is changing.
Right.
So I think everybody's role is changing if you use that framework of thinking from transitions.
I'll say a couple of quick things. By the way, you've been very lucky. You've had very long-term funders, okay? So everybody else doesn't have that. But from the look at it, but does it? You tell us. Does it create too much of a comfort zone between you and your funders? It does, see. So from the point of view of the funders also. And you know, I'll tell you, I don't think too many people talk about this, but there can be donor fatigue. You know, when you're in one sector, see, at the end of it, philanthropy is voluntary as an exercise, okay? And at some point, you have to allow for the feelings, emotions, and needs of the funders themselves. I'm not saying poor little rich girl kind of thing, okay? I'm just saying that sometimes there's donor fatigue also. Okay, we've done this for like 15 years, 20 years with the same people. What if there is somebody else who is going to do a better job? That capital has to be flexible to allow for the next risks to be taken also. And you also don't want dependency. You can have donor fatigue, but also that organization needs to build its own resilience to find other donors. So
no, I tell you from the other side, I mean, Claire, you raised that one of the comfort zone is that exactly why we have completely failed in getting any domestic resources. And my team would, yeah, Manoj, sir, you had a question. Last question before I...
Hi, I'm Manoj. I have one question for both of you. And a lot of philanthropic institutions work in isolation based on what they think about society and how they want to help, and this is their personal wealth that they want to direct in a particular cause. Can philanthropists learn from mafia? That they decide that, okay, I'll pick this sector, this geography, this is my territory, and I'll work on this way I can maximize the impact of my philanthropic capital, rather than competing with each other and trying to do similar things with different models and distributing philanthropic capital suboptimally over multiple similar projects in different geographies, 20 philanthropists doing the same thing, running 20 different schools with 20 different pedagogical approaches, right? So is there a way, like as you said, that why don't civil society get together and change the corp? Can philanthropists get together and decide their territories, their projects, their aspirations? Okay, I'll work on food security, I'll work on climate change, you work on education, I'll work with you on education and you work with me on climate, right? And that way we maximize our, that aggregation system can, actually philanthropy leads for aggregation. I think the rest of the society will follow them.
Thanks. Thanks, if you can
But Manoj, who will be the Don? Who will be the Don in this mafia business?
Aap sabhi Don hai.
You have to write an article on this for IDR tomorrow morning.
I'll do that. I'll do that because most of the philanthropists that deal with, they promise and never give the tranches on time.
Manoj ka photo will be fit for that, right, Don?
Don Manoj.
So if you could,
I will do that. We'll co-author it.
Both of you can answer, and with your closing comments, we have 30 seconds each, please. Please run.
No, I'm not going to answer that, but it's very fascinating. I'm going to think about this for sure. But I'll tell you, philanthropists are beginning to cooperate and collaborate. So it's a nascent journey in India, but many new philanthropic collaboratives that I am myself a part of, and we take that very, very seriously. So it's beginning, and it should be acknowledged, but we can do more.
Thank you. Carol.
Yeah, it's a very interesting thought. I will also think about it. And at the same time, I think there is, it's very important for different funders, philanthropy, to work together as well. Because if I just give the example of the Doen Foundation, our resources are limited. The challenges the world is facing are huge. So you need multiple funders to step in. And I think what we try to do is to consciously look at what is the space that fits us best, and then to define that space also in relation to the spaces of other philanthropists. So I think it's around building a sort of ecosystem for philanthropy where everybody takes his or her role, and that together you can, make different sources of funding available according to the different needs in the broader ecosystem. So I think more in that collaboration and really looking at complementarity between different funders than very siloed approaches.
Thanks, Carol. Carol, there's a question which can, offline you can answer. Susha Thorat has asked, do you feel pressure from the Dutch lottery system about the funding source? So I could let you answer her question later offline. I'll tell you the question that she had asked, a little offline. So thank you so much for this wonderful session to both of you for setting the stage for this two-day conference, and please requesting each one of us, let's make each one of us very, very uncomfortable so that we can actually make the life of the poor comfortable. Because we are becoming too comfortable, that's where the climate crisis, the crisis of poverty, the crisis of inequality that exists and is increasing day by day. We can be on our old comfort zones, we might fail and succeed, but we all have a social security to move on. But ultimately the loser, if you're not frank enough, is going to be the poor of the world. So hopefully we'll use these 2 days to push the boundaries in a manner that we can move forward in a very practical, pragmatic, and realistic manner. Thank you so much for attending.
You know, because I don't know if other people will remember to say it, but really thank you to SELCO Foundation for having us all here. 3 cheers.
Yes.
Thank you, speakers. We have a small gesture of our appreciation. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. Really lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please note, dear guests, if you require live translations of these sessions, please request at the help desk.
अगर किसी को ये कॉन्फ्रेंस हिंदी में सुनना है तो बाहर एक इन्फो डेस्क है जहाँ पे आपको लाइव ट्रांसलेशंस मिल सकती है. अगर आपको कोई प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है इसको अवेल करने में, हमारे वॉलंटियर्स यहाँ पे आपको हेल्प करेंगे. थैंक यू.
And now it's time for a Hatti Kapi break. For our guests outside of Karnataka, Hatti means home and Kapi means coffee.
And a fun fact for those who are interested, Mahendra ji, the founder of Hatti Kapi, was one of our speakers at Impact Failure 2018. You can refer to his talk on our website archive. We'd like to remind our guests that IIM Bangalore is a green campus, so we request everyone to dispose all waste in dustbins only. We will reconvene here at 11:30 a.m. sharp for the next session on finding new momentum in innovations, enterprise, and investment ecosystem. We can all move for the coffee break now. Thank you. They're going actually. 3 doors to exit, 2 at the back, 1 in the front. Can we have everybody seated, please? Start. Gunaji, just 1 second, please. Just 1 second. We also wanted to announce that we are live streaming this event on our YouTube channel. So please let your colleagues who couldn't be here know about it. Thank you. Gunajit.
Welcome back, everyone. We request you all to please be seated. Now that you're caffeined up, let's move on to our next interesting panel discussion on finding new momentum in innovations, enterprise and investment ecosystem. We invite Mr. Manoj Kumar from Social Alpha to moderate the session.
We have Dr. Chintan Vaishnav, Mission Director at Atal Innovation Mission, supported by Niti Aayog, Mr. Jerry Higgins from Social Enterprise World Forum, Ms. Victoria Sabula from Africa Enterprise Challenge Fund, and Ms. Elena Casolari from OPES Italia SACAF. Can we please have another round of applause for our esteemed speakers? Please join us on stage, ma'am and sir.
Hello, welcome and good morning. 2018, when we were here for the Impact Failure Conference, I was not moderating a panel, I was in the panel. And I spoke so much that Harish decided that I have to remove him from the panel and make him moderator so that he's... So, you know, this is the failure, right? Failure to balance my priorities and limit to the time. I ended up becoming moderator. So this is also a hint to all of you that you have to restrict to the 8 minutes that, that have been allocated. Jokes apart, innovation, enterprise and investment, these are so intricately related to each other, and because their history and origin is in the markets, and we are now increasingly seeing more innovation and entrepreneurship and investment, which is apparently unintentionally or intentionally directed towards solving development sector problem, that we tend to use the same metrics and the same playbook that was invented in Silicon Valley for venture capital in the development sector. Not only we tend to use the same metrics and the same benchmark and the same playbook, for evaluation also we want to use the same playbook that has been used in development sector forever. So on one hand, we struggle with the MLE people from the development sector who want to evaluate innovation, entrepreneurship and investment with the same benchmark they traditionally evaluated charitable projects, but also the investment community that wants to see the same playbook of 80% IRR and 6 years payback, exit, and also the unicorn terminology. So people working on innovation, entrepreneurship and investment in development sector is stuck between the two. On one hand, they have the capital pools which are used to a particular playbook, and on the other hand, you have an evaluation community that's completely used to a different word. And that's where most of the failure happens, and most of the time that failure is failure of communication and measuring the wrong metrics. I'm really privileged today to have this wonderful panel. Elena, Jerry, Victoria and Chintan, they all come from different backgrounds, have engaged with innovation, investment, and entrepreneurial ecosystem in some way or other during their careers and their practicing life. So I don't want to stand between them and you, because the next time I know I will be out of moderation role as well. So without wasting any time, Elena, can I invite you?
So last time I was here in 2019 for the first edition of Impact Conclave, I was moderating a panel. So probably I wish you were questioning my questions to the panelists, and this is why you moved me there. So it's a pleasure being here, and I was just sharing with Martin from Doen before that I feel more comfortable talking about failure here, very far from my country, so my investors don't hear me too loud. But I will share a little bit of my journey with you. And you know that a few months back, impact investing has reached a milestone level, the $1 trillion in impact investing. That was regarded as a tipping point to secure the industry, to get mainstream even faster, and to catalyze even more investment that has done, more resources that has done so far. So the question I've been asking myself, and we should ask ourselves, is whether we should feel thrilled because of this achievement, because it's a huge achievement that has done in 12 years, despite COVID, and I don't want to take it as an excuse, of course. But looking at what personally I've done in this space, and I'm from Italy, the country that gave birth metaphorically to impact investing, because in 2007, Rockefeller Foundation convened 100 people in Bellagio, in their center in Bellagio, and the impact investing world was coined. And I joined this space almost immediately, and I regard myself as an enthusiastic believer in impact investing. I have been an enthusiastic believer till now, and in 2012, we established the OPES Foundation, a charitable impact vehicle with the aim at supporting early stage enterprises in several geographies with flexible capital. The idea was to find solutions benefiting low-income people. And of course, I made my first failure was that I was in the sort of a syndrome of falling in love with all entrepreneurs, social entrepreneurs I was meeting. And it was very difficult to understand that I wouldn't have to make a choice only with my heart, my love, and my passion for this sector, but also with my tongue and my brain. And, but it has been a fantastic journey. It was 10 years of feeling fulfilled, making many investments. The foundation made 40 investments, more than 40 investments. We made some exit, we made some write-offs. We enjoyed the upside of some outstanding companies, and some of them are still in our active portfolio. So we were so fulfilled and so rewarded that in 2019, we decided to set up an impact commercial fund. And the idea came because we wanted to scale up our experience. We wanted to scale up our track record. And the first thing that I was asked by my limited partners was, let's do fast. We wanted to invest you. But first you have to step down from the foundation And of course, that it was an obvious and legitimate request. But I struggled to convince them to keep me in the board of the foundation, because I thought that my exposure to what the foundation was doing could benefit my fund. But it was a long conversation, so it took longer to convince them that I could stay in the foundation than raising the 40 million euro. And the second request was to look for other partners, general partners, with a background in private equity, Silicon Valley. And that, again, I think it was my second mistake, because I was in a rush, and I didn't really check properly how much my whole internal ecosystem, my partners, were really very much exposed and passionate about impact investing. And the third failure, the third mistake was that, because I was in Europe, that I didn't talk too much about failure. And I stuck with my glossy numbers and the success stories, and that was because it was easy to raise money with this kind of a narrative. So after 3 years, and that was the kind of a narrative I had when I was pitching to them. Of course, I was very much I was flattering them with this idea of a gender lens. We had a beautiful framework, beautiful diagnostic tools. It was all in paper. But everyone was really very focused on saying, okay, let's do it. I think they thought that it was a good narrative. So after 3 years, I can tell you that I failed very much on that side. I'm the only woman in the board, so all my fellow board members are men, all my fellow partners are men, and for the deployment activity, only 20%, only 20% of our deployed capital was allocated in women-led enterprises. Okay, let me switch. I told you that I'm not good in technologies. I think that the reason why I failed, I share with you, was really the rush to be able to raise the funds that were already there, and everyone was very keen to support our scaling up activity, because they have seen how good the foundation was doing, and so they say, let's do it commercially. But then they applied exactly the narrative and the language of Silicon Valley. And by the way, I like very much zebras and not unicorns, but I was not all the others share. So that is the reason why I'm not very much thrilled about impact investing flying high with these numbers, because I think my personal failure mirrors to a certain extent a collective failure in impact investing industry, where everyone is pretending to emulate what it has been done in Silicon Valley, in private equity, in venture capital, and not really trying and making an effort to find its own narrative. Impact investing should have a different narrative. And this is why, from these mistakes and failure, I was really very proud to be stuck with a foundation where our flexibility and our narrative is completely different. And so their gender lens is not just a narrative, a nice narrative to fancy people, but it's really the walk that, the talk that we walk. Thank you.
Thank you. This is so inspiring and hard-hitting. A lot of lessons for all of us who are trying to understand how do we solve these problems. And if impact investment narrative is the same narrative as the mainstream venture capital narrative, in practice, not in marketing, in practice, if impact investing narrative is the same narrative as venture capital narrative, then do we need a further refinement in this capital spectrum that basically work for impact first, but doesn't mind receiving, plowing back returns in the system, creating a circularity of capital at some point of time, acknowledging the large potential of failure that will happen and will not be able to deliver the same numbers or the same metric that the pooled capital models really expect you to do, right? But this is a great segue to my question, because you also talked about the board. Jerry has been working on board and governance issues for a very long time. And in the board and governance, the failure of board and governance is less talked about. It's exactly when I will go to Victoria, the failure of design is less talked about. The blame is always on the either community or the implementation person down in the food chain. So I was actually planning to go to Victoria, but I'm taking a last minute call and going to Jerry because I want to get to the board before we go to the program design. Jerry, the failure of governance and the failure of board, you have been very eloquent about that.
Thank you.
I know your throat is not in good shape, so.
No, my throat isn't in good shape, and I'm caffeined up after a night flight, and I hope I get through to the end of this without too many coughing episodes. So if I need to pause, please bear with me. I'll have my water on hand. And I am going to talk about failure of governance. It's a topic that's important, and particularly important in my world, which is the world of social enterprises. Because social enterprises are entities that trade, but they have social and environmental purpose. So they're not exactly like commercial businesses. They're not exactly like charities that are non-trading. They need a board skill set and board conduct and practice that's between those two worlds. Now, my first full-time employment was in 1983 after university, and I've worked in the public sector and the social enterprise sector over 39 years in 11 organizations. I was founder of 7 organizations, and in the next slide, I'm going to just very briefly give you background before I rest and speak about my biggest failure, which was in Specialistern, Scotland. Now, over 39 years, there's a lot of scope for failure and a lot of scope for success, and I hope you won't judge me too hard on the admission of the mistakes that I've made, because we're here to learn. I am going to focus mainly on the last one, but yeah, I guess Social Firms UK and Intermediary, there's a lesson in there actually. I stayed with that for 10 years, from it being a project to incorporating, advocating for enterprises for people with disabilities, because the only option at the time in the face of very high unemployment for people with disabilities was large, sheltered, segregated workshops that kept people with disabilities away from society. After I left, it continued for 10 years. It should probably have only continued for 5. It actually had achieved its mission very largely and stayed on because the board didn't recognize that it was mission achieved, and they were in a crowded marketplace and should probably have closed earlier. In 2004, I was asked to transform a print business in a mental health hospital. I employed a great manager. He did an absolutely fabulous job winning business, training and employing people who others deemed unfit for employment. He retired, I moved on, and a number of years later, I was really very saddened to hear that that business had closed due to fraud. Somebody inside the business had been falsifying accounting records, embezzling money, and by the time that was found out, it was too late to save the business. And the learning from that one for me was that many people think because you go to work in a social enterprise, you're dedicated to your social and environmental mission. There's intrinsic values which is around supporting people and doing well. And sometimes the systems that are in place, or that should be in place, to prevent things like fraud, aren't actually there. I'm not sure, because I wasn't there at the time, whether that was a system issue or whether it was a rogue issue, but around the world, every year, social enterprises close due to fraud, and we need to have governance systems in social enterprises where board members are truly in touch with the information, and they're demanding of the leadership team to give them timely and accurate information, particularly on financials. I'm not going to mention Travel Matters, Social Value Lab, CIS Ayrshire. Two of those are still fortunately running. I am briefly going to mention Social Enterprise World Forum, which started as a project in 2008, and it has grown in impact and ambition, and is a global peak body for social enterprises. Now, we bootstrapped that in the early years. Very, very little cash, engaging with grassroots organizations around the world. And today we're fortunate to have an outstanding board, including Huda Jaffer from SELCO Foundation, and our activity has gone beyond convening the social enterprise sector once a year to include social procurement, policy advocacy, youth engagement, and and any of you who are interested in joining and attending a Social Enterprise World Forum, we're in Amsterdam in October next year, and a big shout out to Dune Foundation who are supporting in Amsterdam. My biggest scar tissue was Specialist in Scotland. I'm not sure if any of you have heard of Specialist a Danish social enterprise with a very charismatic founder, Thorkel Sonne, whose son has autism, who left his job in the communications industry to establish a software testing enterprise that would give employment for people with autism, like his son. It is a great story, Specialist in Denmark. It was seeking a licensed partner because Thorkel's vision wasn't about one company in Copenhagen. It was about establishing a global network that would create 1 million jobs for people with autism. A very bold vision. We had an extremely high-profile launch. BBC covered it. All the newspapers in Scotland covered it. And the host organisation I was chief executive of, Community Enterprise in Scotland, at the time, was mature, it was connected, it was respected, it had a track record of supporting startups, it had a team of business advisors delivering business advice around the country. The finance minister attended the high-profile launch, and the recruitment began. Training was delivered by Specialist Erna. We had a French software testing company who undertook to employ all of the first intake of trainees with autism, and life was wonderful. Until that software testing company hit a wobble just before they were due to employ our people, and they let 40 of their own people, their own testers go, and they employed nobody. And we had too many eggs in that one company's basket, and we actually never recovered from it. The business was burning cash. We were in a national recession. Rent and salaries were eroding the capital that had come into the business. Sorry, the slides aren't particularly visible. We had secured £750,000 of investment to start the business. 350,000 of that was a loan, and the rest were grants. So it put us in a really difficult position with the foundations, the lenders, the funders, the stakeholders, but most importantly, the people in the business whose hopes and dreams were tied up in this venture. We replaced the manager. That had no real impact. We cut our costs. We were still burning cash. I spoke to the funders personally, and I spoke to my board, and we proposed a closure before the losses damaged the parent company that was the guarantor for the loan. And I faced all the team, including the people with autism, and outlined what had happened and why, and closed the business. There was less publicity at the closure than there was at the opening. That didn't matter. People felt this very personally. The organisation I was chief executive of negotiated a repayment interest-free of the £350,000 that was due in loan over 10 years. So that finished on the 31st of March 2022. Their balance sheet was a bit damaged, but it was quite strong at the time, so that wasn't that serious. So the publicity was gentle at the time, but it really hurt. And in terms of the reputational damage and the social capital that was lost, I certainly have never forgot that. The lessons I've learned from it include when a board is spinning out, or when a company is spinning out a new enterprise, actually it's really, really important that the board members that are giving direction and the leadership team of that enterprise are exactly what that industry sector and what that opportunity actually needs. We had too many people with an interest in autism as on our board, not enough people interested or with skills and market knowledge of winning contracts and software testing. One of the biggest governance failures that we discussed as a board was I had on the parent company board, Community Enterprise in Scotland, I had two people who were so commercially savvy. One was a head of retail banking for one of Scotland's biggest banks, and the other was from one of the top 4 accounting firms, both of them with incredible commercial knowledge and antennae, and they made great decisions. And they voiced on closure that they always had reservations, but they didn't articulate them at the time because the energy around the startup, the track record of the people who were involved in the startup, all of that was so strong, and everybody else was so enthusiastic that this business was going to be part of a movement to create 1 million jobs for people with autism, that they stayed much quieter than they had in all sorts of other decisions in the previous 10 years that I had worked with them. So when you bring people with commercial expertise onto boards, they need to be pains in the backside. They need to be the people that raise the flags. They need to follow their instincts. They don't need to get soft on mission. They're on the board to use their expertise and their experience to help that board make good decisions. I find that there's a real issue with skills and culture on charity boards and the impact on charity and social enterprise boards, that it can be really hard. Many people go onto boards of charities because it's philanthropic activity. They're giving back to community. They're contributing to society. People go on commercial boards for a whole range of other reasons. It's actually hard in the middle of this to get people on social enterprise boards that can give you the skill balance to make really good decisions on social enterprise boards. And there's a role here, I think, for foundations to do more due diligence on the boards and its governance and its leadership, especially on the culture of the organisation in social enterprise, across the social enterprise movement. One of the biggest learnings also was around replication, and this is my last point. We were the second, or we were the first offshoot of Specialist Stern. In the world of business format franchising, they tell you that the second and third are the most difficult, because that's the place where you find out whether the factors that led to a successful first business were the charisma of the leader, the location of the business, the market, and all of these variables that may not work in the second and third one. By the time you've done 3, you know what you're doing. So we knew, and we knowingly stepped into that hard place of second. Right now, Specialist Stern exists in many countries around the world, and it's inspired offshoots in many countries around the world. And to one extent, many of us who were involved at the time have no regrets around the vision, have no regrets about what we did, but the way we went about it and the fact that we failed let some people down. So I think there's a role for social enterprises who are replicating to be realistic about it, to look at the business franchise format sector and to recognize that many franchises are established, ground up as franchises. They are going to have rules about the percentage of your gross sales that you contribute to the parent franchise. You have to follow systems. Social enterprises aren't that good at following systems. Social enterprises are values-led. They're flexible. There's very little flexibility in the world of franchising where you're following systems. So many social enterprises who want to have something in other countries, other regions, which resembles what they do, should actually have a non-franchised approach to it, should have a replication, consulting, whatever-based approach, but be really careful before you step in to franchise systems. So my final message, I think, is on governance in social enterprises, is to get everyone to consider who should be in the room when big decisions are made. And if you look around your boards and you don't think that that board could withstand a crisis, you probably need to think about what skill mix and experience mix you want to be in the room when those hard decisions need to be made.
Thank you. So the governance and the supervision and monitoring of the board is not only limited to listed companies which come under the SEBI or SEC regulation out of compliance, but also a moral ethical obligation when you are receiving donor money or investor money to look after it for them. Interest it can only be ensured by an empowered and involved board. And that means board needs to have visibility into the whole organization, and board needs to have visibility into how the programs are designed, rolled out, implemented, and how metrics communicated and the outcomes are communicated. And that, I would like to now invite Victoria, because of her extensive experience in program design and implementation, and also understanding of upstream issues, not necessarily can be blamed downstream implementation. So, all yours.
Thank you, Manoj, and really great to be here today. And as I start, I actually want to really thank Elena and Jerry, because I thought as AECF, when we started thinking about how do we empower women, that many years ago, we allowed for private sector companies to gather women during farmer days and count them and then come and say that, you know what, we've impacted 100, 200 women. And then many years later, we said, no, it doesn't look like that. How many women actually have access to productive assets? How many women are making decisions? How many women are having their voice heard? Because it's about deep and meaningful impact. And when I joined AECF about 3 years and some months ago, it was actually out of a failure. The governance structure that we thought would have worked collapsed right on the face of the institution during a time of crisis. Listening to Jerry, I said, geez, as a CEO of AECF, I went in not because I had investment expertise, it was because we need to fix governance and compliance. Let's prioritize that, we'll see how business goes thereafter. And it was really about an African institution that had grown so rapidly and its governance systems did not advance to be able to support that particular growth. And it was painful. We were all over the papers in Sweden. If it was not for our funder at the time who stood to say, but the mission of the institution is valid, but there is so much to talk about as far as programmatic focus. This we can fix, we wouldn't be standing today. So also really for funders that choose to look at crisis situation and see an opportunity, we laud you. We don't take that for granted. We are stronger today because a crisis made us to rethink how the organization required to be run from a mix of competencies and really thinking about personalities. An activist out there will be an activist in the board. An investor out there will be an investor in the board. Too much crowding of one particular orientation will bring down, irrespective of what organize, a balance is so important. AECF was set up many years ago on this premise. Aid has failed. We need market-based approaches. So we were born out of the challenging of humanitarian approaches or aid approaches and saying, how can the private sector play better in the space of solving for development challenges? We are a challenge fund, so we are gifted from very early on the openness to fail. Sitting here today and listening to Rohani especially and everyone else, I just thought, this is so much therapy for me. Even though my funders say I could fail up to 30%, I have never felt that I actually could fail. In fact, I'm the one who looked at reports and just think, no, are these metrics really looking like they're aligned with what the donor is expecting? And I will share very specifically, 417 businesses later, $300 million deployed across 26 countries in sub-Saharan Africa. Oh, we have failed a lot. Actually, I think we are the house of failures. Like, we can tell you everything, from technology to geography to, you know, what works for bottom of the pyramid in some context and what really doesn't work. But because of that failure, we actually have systemic change that we've been able to absorb. Today in the morning, Jerry was just mentioning to me about one of the companies in East Africa, and I was just thinking about this, the off-grid solar market in East Africa today. If you go back to many of these companies, they have AECF somewhere as actually having offered catalytic capital. If we were unwilling to fail, we would not be here today. Can I just get the clicker? Thank you. So very quickly, so we had a program as AECF. It was React 1, and that was renewable energy and adaptive climate technologies. And it had a mix of businesses, from solar home systems, mini grids, you know, business models oriented towards forestry. Even those early times, we were thinking about microcarbon systems way back from 2012. We onboarded 53 companies, and out of those 53 companies, about 23 of them failed. Why? Because we finance at early stage, but we were not signing at that 40% failure rate, I promise. We were hoping that at least, you know, 9 out of 10 of them will really be open, you know, up to the end of the program. And really, why did we fail? It is because bringing in companies in a sector that was emerging at the time, we thought they just needed grant capital. Hey, here is money, go ahead, succeed. Then we realized that many of them had accountants who, in Kenya, for example, we have CPA 1 and CPA 2, like they just knew 1 + 1 = 2. These guys needed to figure financial models, capital structures. They didn't have the necessary expertise to, you know, be able to grow beyond this grant capital. They did not have sales and marketing strategies. They did not even understand their addressable market. Did we ask them these questions? We did not. So what happened? 40% of the portfolio failed, but out of the 40%, guess what? 100% of them were locally owned businesses. And because the locally owned businesses didn't have the background that foreign owned businesses had, Yale, MIT, a network, someone who you can call just across and say, hey, dude, you know what? You have this expertise. Can you be on my board or can you be my co-founder? They also did not have the necessary expertise on how to mobilize additional capital. They did not even know that there was something called an ecosystem of investors, you know, VCs and whatever. They did not know. Now, okay, I need to, okay, this needs, and many years later, we're still failing, you know, but we're doing better at it. We actually set up the AECF Advisory Studio, where you don't have experts that are flying in to different capitals in Africa, support companies for 2 days or 5 days or a month. We have experts who sit with the companies for a long period of time. You want a financial management expert? Your CPA guy can sit within the company, but you as a founder and your CPA person has this roving chief financial officer who supports you, is available for a year, for 2 years, and you can be able to have proper financial management within your organization, and you're able to sustain growth. It's been And it really was because also, really, someone was willing to say, repurpose this capital, because when I went and I said, this is not working, we really need full-time advisory experts, sales and marketing, mini-grid experts, all of these to be available to the companies for longer. Can you please support this? And again, our funders said, yes. So today, we moved and we have React SSA, one of our biggest programs, a $62 million program. 87 companies, 66.4% of them are locally owned. As at now, only 3 of them have closed. 2 fraud issues, which is really an issue Global South we need to solve for. But it really shows that, you know, there's good progress. Then, 4% of all of our funding goes into technical assistance and 3% goes into investor readiness. Every design of our programs today, whenever we go to our funders, we say thank you for the capital, but in the absence of an advisory report, we can't take it because we know these businesses will take the money, the first disbursement, and then thereafter we can't disburse it to them because they can't achieve the milestones. But we have really a lot. 1.8 billion has been raised to the renewable energy sector over the last couple of years. 91% of it went to 10 companies. 63% of it went to 3 companies. The 3 companies are all foreign owned. There is such a big problem to solve for locally owned enterprises that really are the players in a broader ecosystem and bring resilience. Local SMEs that are locally owned, if they industrialize, moving from importing from wherever to manufacture locally, assemble locally, it really will make a difference. For every one of us who is here today, as we fail, we learn. We must, however, learn. Why must we learn? The people who are relying on our expertise, on our commitment, are not seated in this room today. They're at home, they are cooking with wood fuel. They're at home, and some of them, their children, have been asked to get out of school for lack of school fees. Some of them are struggling to move their produce from the farm because it's rained too much and no means of transport can move their produce from where they are. There's so much work for us to do. We must continually be able to say, what will work for today's poor? How do we help them to be more resilient? Let's talk about failure, and let's talk about failing, learning, and really making a difference for the people who so much need us today.
Thank you, Victoria. And that conversation is starting from commercial investment and social investment with the gender lens investing to board and board governance and to investment and the way product design and stage appropriate capital at different stages becomes so important. By the way, I think there is 80 to 90% impact investing in India that only goes to Series C and above. So it's not that the early stage startups are getting impact investing. And I'm not surprised with the number that you have, right? That a major component of investment has been taken by all the big companies. And that happens in subsidies, that happens in investment, that happens in grants. Going to Chintan, who has been an academic researcher, has worked in the innovation and entrepreneurial ecosystem of MIT and now running India's innovation center in the Niti Aayog. Chintan, you have worked with very early stage researchers in academia. You have worked on translational side of research when you are translating R&D into products. You have worked on pilots and validations, and now you are building incubators and accelerators, right? It's full spectrum, right? From being an academic to promoting entrepreneurship in India. I'm sure you have a much larger spectrum of failure to talk about, especially in the context of innovation. So this is a nice time to get you on.
Thank you, Manoj. Let's see. I have failed all along the spectrum, so I could have a very wide canvas to talk about. But what I'm going to talk to you about is, I titled my conversations Symptoms of Incubatitis. These come from the more the experience of building innovation ecosystem, one incubator at a time. I must say before I go into this that the views I present are my personal views. They're not the views of the Niti Aayog nor the Atal Innovation Mission. These are my observations. Today or any time in the future, when you listen to this and you feel like, oh gosh, this is about me, I am also as much a part of this ecosystem as you, so this is about us, and we're all trying to improve. So let me start by saying that India is the third largest innovation ecosystem today, right? With about 83,000 plus startups, about 100 plus unicorns, about 107, about more than a million jobs created, and so on. And fueling this success are the 700 odd incubators, public and private, that take an idea into a startup. They support an idea to get to a successful startup. Now, as you know, internationally, many nations have decided that building these incubators is going to be one of our primary policy intervention into building the innovation ecosystem. And in India, the office that I work with, Atal Innovation Mission, is tasked with the idea of creating and nurturing a culture of innovation entrepreneurship across the length and breadth of the country. And one of the several things that we do is we aspire to build world-class incubators across academia, industry, community organizations, and so on. Now, in this process, more recently, we decided to create a framework to assess the performance of these entities along the input, process, output, outcome, we created this along with the World Bank and IIT Delhi, and then we piloted it. And here's what we found, that 1 in 7 incubators are excellent. They can be world-class incubators. 1 in 7 is a failure. And then everybody else is in between these two, right? Now the question is this, we as an entity put the same amount of rigor in selecting them, giving them resources and attention and all of that as an office, and then why are some succeeding so well and others failing so spectacularly, right? So this question led to a lot of conversation, and from this context, what I want to share with you are 6 behavioral pathologies, 3 on the incubator side, and 3 on the government side, because you cannot quite clap with one hand. So let's get into the setup a little bit. There are 3 institutional actors here. There's the government, that is an office like ours. There is the host institution to which the incubator gets awarded. This may be a university, it may be an industry player. And then there is the third institution, which is the incubator itself, which is created as a Section 8 company under the host institution. Now, Section 8, for everybody's, to be on the same page, this is the not-for-profit institution with the for-profit transparency. That is transparency over for-profit. That is the idea there. All 3 are there to serve the startup that is being nurtured, right? So from this perspective, we see that there are 3 pathologies that impair the incubators. The first one is not my babyitis. This is a pathology where you award an incubator to an institution, typically an academic institution. The faculty body says that, listen, incubators and entrepreneurship cannot be a legitimate part of academic activity. They pay no attention to it, and this thing fails. Right? Now, can we expect to build a world-class innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem when we are saying that in an academic institution only the scholarship is the first-class citizen and entrepreneurship is the second-class citizen? We try to do as much due diligence as possible to get to the intention of the team that's being awarded this incubator, but we are not fully successful yet. The second pathology, if the incubator succeeds at the other end of the spectrum, is only my babyitis. That is the, here, in an academic setting, it's one faculty or a group of small group of faculty who say that this is my baby and it is going to advance my interest in research. If it is in the industrial setting, the industry actor who was given public money because of their expertise in a given sector where the nation is trying to advance to build startups for the nation, turns this into their own R&D setup of which the output must first go to them. And in both cases, what was meant to be a public monsoon turns into a private scattered thunderstorm. The third pathology is must be through me-itis. We know very well that autonomy is directly and positively correlated with successes of incubators. If you allow an incubator to hire a capable CEO, a great team, and give them the flexibility to be agile and respond to the market, that is what builds a great incubator. That being said, in many cases, for example, something as simple as a bill for a cup of coffee consumed by the CEO of the incubator, which is a Section 8 company, needs to be, it gets approved by the mighty Vice Chancellor of the university before they can be reimbursed. I am not kidding. Okay? Can we expect to build an innovation ecosystem which is a quintessential act of freedom through draconian controls? Okay, let me turn to the government, as I promised. Now, I'll now, here's the big picture. We are, as an agency like ours, and with our guidelines and all that, we sit at the intersection of two large spheres. One sphere is called the general financial rules of the government, of which the purpose is accountability to public money, for the right reasons. The other sphere is this big sphere of incubators and startups whose allegiance is to the market forces for the right reason. And we fully understand that a body like us needs to be agile so that we can deliver governance at startup speed. Here, three pathologies arise. First, pure policitis. This is when people who are building innovation ecosystem, they say that my only concern is strict adherence to the guidelines and nothing else. We know from best of the investors that they do rigorous due diligence before they invest, but after they invest, to be successful. I have not yet embraced that wisdom wholeheartedly. Second one, must be profitabilitis. Now, we fund startups that no one else would want to fund because they are risky. Even so, when we have to disperse money, we have to sort of wrestle with people who ask us question, is this entity profitable? Now, you see, many of you who work with the governments know that most of government transactions like contracts and procurement and all of that happens with somebody who's profitable and has a reasonable, sound track record. If such a startup had those two things, why would they take government money? Listen, Amazon.com, what was it, 19 years? They were not profitable. The question is, can we build the innovation ecosystem, which is the only, mind you, the only platform in this nation that promotes risk-taking through extreme risk aversion? The final pathology, private sector nervositis. When you have pot of money to be given to one institution and there are two deserving candidates, equally deserving, one private and one public, you still hear an opinion that I am more comfortable giving money to the public institution. Why? Our assessment shows that several private incubators are more hungry to learn and grow. We also know that many of our grand challenges, health, agriculture, energy, climate, whatever, pick your best, pick your favorite, are not going to be solved through public exchequer alone. Then, why are we hesitating to consider private sector an equal partner? Okay, you might say, this is all gloom and doom and I'm very negative and all that. Not at all. To the contrary, I am very bullish. In the next 10 years, our innovation ecosystem will grow 10 times. But we will have to overcome these pathologies in order for it to do so. Thank you.
It rarely happens when public sector executives do the work of private sector on a stage where representatives from various parts of the society are there. So thank you for highlighting what we all talk about all the time. Awesome. Great. Thank you. I know there are a lot of questions, but we have, as usual, run out of time. So if you have questions, you can find these people at the lunch time. That would be a great time to have questions. So, right? So we'll have to wrap up. Sorry, again, as moderator also, I have done the same thing. Yeah. Next year. Thank you so much. Enjoy the next session.
Could you please stay? Ma'am? Ma'am, could you please stay for a minute? Thank you. Thank you so much for this discussion. Can we please have mementos for our speakers? Like Manoj sir said first, if any of, please meet these speakers later on. You can have your questions answered with them. Thank you.
Public policy is a study in imperfection. To help us dissect and understand more on this, we have our next panel discussion on cracking the toughest nut beyond the binary in public policy. Our speakers for this session have some rich experience in policy making and implementation. We have Professor M.S. Sriram from IIM Bangalore moderating this discussion.
In joining him, we are honored to have with us Ms. Usha Thorat, former Deputy Governor, Reserve Bank of India, Dr. S.M. Vijayanand, retired Chief Secretary for Government of Kerala, Mr. Ramkumar S., IAS, Additional Secretary, Department of Health and Family Welfare, and Mission Director at National Health Mission, Government of Meghalaya, and Anjal Prakash, Research Director and Adjunct Associate Professor at Bharati Institute of Public Policy and Indian School of Business. We'd like to remind our audiences that we are using Slido to ask questions during the sessions. if at all, like corrected by Ms. Professor Sriram. Can we have the speakers on stage, please?
First indication of failure is speaker missing in action. Second is we know that public policy always gets lesser time because innovation gobbles up the time of public policy. So no wonder public policy always fails. But nevertheless, is Usha somewhere around? Yeah. Why don't you start, Vijayanand, in anticipation of Usha coming in. So we have 4 speakers talking about health, about rural development, financial inclusion, and so on. So we'll just go through this.
Friends, I'll speak about failure in policy, rural development policy. Yeah, I'll get used to that. Yeah. Actually, I've been in policy for whole my career, in the last part of my career, and I can tell you that most policies are not evidence-based. And good policies come from a good heart, properly executed, political to begin with, but a brief window, translated by a team which could have bureaucracy and the civil service. Normally it's a leap in the dark, a leap of faith, and sometimes it lands properly. Of course, a lot of contributors are now very much in. And there is a lot of continuity in policy. So much so you can't blame anybody for failures. If you take India's policy, I can trace a continuity from the 1950s. And it's incremental, evolutionary. Often you'll find policies practice. And so that is to start with. Yes, beyond the binary is very true. Very few grand successes or abject failures in public policy because you just don't jump into a policy. Of course, we have the project bias, which was popularized by Robert Chambers more than 4 decades ago. We all go and study successes, but successes need to be studied for motivating replication. You don't go in, but failures for improvement. So that thing is very, very important. And failures and successes often we miss. I can give you one example, Swachh Bharat. We need to study to go to the next steps. And some are average, and they need to continue, like ICDS and all that. But now, even a rights-based policy, a lot of activists want a rights-based policy. They need not succeed. And right to education is a classic example. Then this big dilemma, is it policy failure or implementation failure? I think they are closely related to separate. Now I will dwell on this policy of Rurban or Pura. Just to give a background, I think when I explain it, there's no time to explain, that would be seen as the solution to India's problems of urban areas and India's problems of rural areas. Brilliantly conceptualized by no less a person than Dr. Abdul Kalam, along with Professor Indaresan of Chennai IIT. Indian villages lie scattered. They don't have the scale to succeed economically or even in human development. You just link the villages in an elliptical or a circular kind of thing, as Abdul Kalam called it, circular connectivity, so that a population of 2,500 suddenly becomes 25,000, 25,000 become 50,000, and you have an urban area, urban characteristics in a rural area. Very simple, solid concept. But how we messed it up, including me, that is what I'll tell you. So connecting villages, physical connectivity, electronic connectivity, which post-COVID is probably the most important connectivity. Then your knowledge connectivity, education, and financial connectivity, banking. All this together organically contribute to what he called economic connectivity, so that it grows, there's a local economic development. But we didn't succeed because it requires, you're trying to create a threshold population for services and all that. So you need to go from silos, we are all used to silos, water supply here, hospital there, school there, to a kind of integrated whole, purposefully conversed. Not just conversed, organically integrated. That's a big point I want to make. You can converge, but organically integrating, sequencing, and catalyzing this evolution of multi-linked projects is a big problem. In government, in all kinds of schemes. So we will not blame anybody. And it was launched in 2004, relaunched in 2014. And why it failed? So I will call you the deep roots of failure. One, excellent theory, but no viable proof of concept. So now, okay, looking back 10 years, if we had developed, it will not develop suddenly. That's a problem. In politics, we are in a hurry. To develop this will take about 5-6 years, even a basic proof of concept. So we jumped into it in 2004, again in 2014. Then political signals are weak. These are very critical for policy. They are there for a few days, but unless they are sustained at least for 5-6 months, they will not succeed. Then funding. It's a poorly funded scheme. A ministry which has 1 lakh crore gives them 300-400 crores or even 500. You need big funding. Maybe it goes down the drain in the beginning, but is required. Then real understanding, buy-in, ownership, which can come only through communication. Lot of communication, discussion, dialogue, what it is to convey it not only to the top state bureaucracy, but down to the cutting edge level. It can be done. So no, I'm not. Then the pull factor from beneficiaries, activists, industry. Yes, we need it. These were missing. These I call the deep roots. The middle roots, as I said, failure to understand the principles, so we all go in. But many of the, if you go to the Pura area now, or the urban area, people will be very happy. We got a water supply here, we got a road there, we got a well here. But the economic connectivity didn't happen. So it's not that it's a waste of money. Good quality schemes have come up, but they have not added up. That is a kind of thing. Then a simple thing, there is a great lack of capacity in spatial planning in rural areas. We think spatial planning is for Bangalore urban. That's a big mistake. Even in a state like Kerala, where I come from Kerala, country planning is there, it's relatively weak. Then of course we have disempowered local governments, weak participation. The shallow routes, the immediate routes, no institution to run this. This can't be run by a department. But it can't be done by an artificial institution also. It's a big challenge in government. Do you create a project management unit? It will not. That will not be internalized by this. There are no solutions to some other reasons. Then of course we have a big spread thin attitude among politicians, among bureaucrats. We'll have something everywhere. Some 100 puras, you concentrate all your resources from NHM, Sarva Siksha Abhiyan, Samagra Siksha Abhiyan, PMGSY and all that. If you concentrate in 100, we can have the proof of concept. But we are not willing. So we'll have something of here and there. And then of course, we get these days, we get project prepared by an external agency taken on tender. They have no organic links with governance. Then of course, political selection of clusters. Another big thing is short project period, 3 years. You can't have this. You need 30 years for that. And of course, PPP is quite weak. Implementation in silos, leadership, the usual kind of things. Then another big missing thing is concurrent evaluation. In the initial days, when I was very young, 40 years ago, we used to have concurrent evaluation of many flagship programs. So immediately you get this failing. Now we don't have. We have post facto evaluation. And the social accountability is very important these days. We are found missing in these kind of things. So how to measure? We don't know. So let me conclude. I said these are the shallow roots, middle roots, and the deep roots. But they are all linked. Naturally linked. Biologically linked. So you can't just say the shallow roots. And so this is to be taken down. So which means an understanding and communication with the state for knowledge, advocacy for, that is missing here, advocacy for attitudes. Most of government schemes require attitudes. All other things are here and there. So that is very important. And learning together by doing. So that is very easily done. I did people's plan in Kerala, so I know what it is. It's very difficult to do. Very difficult to do. You cannot recreate those circumstances. So for skills. So we attribute anything to Chinese proverb. I don't know whether it's Chinese, but I heard crossing the river, feeling the stones. That is what we need to do in these kind of things, and nurture beacons as schools of practice. Seeing is believing, and peer learning works better. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot, Vijayanand. You said that economic connectivity did not happen, and I think that's a good way to move to Usha, who will talk about the economic connectivity. In fact, I remember once one of your bureaucrat colleagues said that, one of the dangers, you talked about the proof of concept. He said one of the dangers of any government program is a pilot program succeeding. He said, then the program will fail, because you don't replicate the circumstances in which you do the pilot program, where you give the best of talent, best of attention, and so on. And when it replicates, and you don't customize it. And public policies, that's why a toughest nut to crack, because you can't customize it too much, because ultimately you're accountable to the exchequer, you're accountable to the public at large. There is a design element which makes a public accountability difficult to customize public policy programs. Usha, all yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you to SELCO Foundation. Thank you to Indian Institute of Management, and personally to you, Sriram and Harish, for inviting me here today. Great pleasure to be here, and I seem to be more inclined to talk about philanthropy than about financial regulation. But listening to Mr. Vijayanand, it reminded me one big risk he didn't mention. Today I work with a very good district magistrate or a Zilla Parishad president, and really work very hard, and we're going very strong guns, and then he's transferred. And how many such examples I've had, experiences I've had. So I used to think, when we were doing the lead bank scheme, let's locate a good, very passionate lead bank officer, a good lead district officer from RBI, and a district commissioner, and I'm sure we'll, achieve the skies. And it did happen, but short-lived. So it's something that we have to learn from. I don't know whether Sriram, in the Committee on Financial Inclusion for the Northeastern region, when we were looking at that Meghalaya example of organic ginger, and the IAS officer there tried to deal with the mafia and create a market where the local people could get a market. It was a wonderful model. Again, I don't know where it went and how it went. So there is, I don't know whether Ram will talk about it, but these are some things that today's conference in the morning has really brought to my memory. And I felt it's such an amazing thing that SELCO is doing by organizing such a conference, which is a diverse subjects: impact investing, social enterprise, philanthropy. I mean, it's amazing, really. So, well, I have to talk about policy. So let me today, and in policy, and I feel very privileged and humbled in a sense, because I have, I always say 38 years of career in the Reserve Bank. 19 years were before 1991, and 19 years were after 1991. And 1991 was a real milestone when things completely changed after 1992. And I was there in the center of excitement, right on this, in the middle of all the foreign exchange regulations, changes, uncharted territory. Everything was new. It was like a startup. We didn't have any precedents to go by. We didn't have any experience of going over to a market-related system. Everything was administered. Everything was controlled. That was the license Raj days. And here you were getting into completely new territory. And so, and when you start really thinking of policy, you start thinking of policy objectives first, right? So when you have objectives, you have, like somebody said, efficiency, equity, integrity. We can have so many things, but there are always trade-offs. Trade-off between inflation and growth, trade-off between stability and growth, trade-off between efficiency and equity, trade-off between growth and equity. So these trade-offs are what one is constantly looking at while formulating policy. And at different points of time, different objectives gain precedence. And so other objectives, like today, inflation may be the most important thing. But growth is certainly very important. So that is how policy, evolves. And it cannot be constant. It is something that is dynamic and is evolving. There are also upside, and when you're formulating policy, you're always looking at downside risks. But then, if you become a risk-averse person, then there's no good. Policy is not going to do any good because your objectives of policy are not going to get achieved. So upside, downside risks, known, unknown risks, unknown risks, and known unknown risks, these are all the things one talks about. And I think that is why this is such an exciting canvas to have been in, and I really feel tremendous about that. So today I just thought I'll, and definitely success or failure is not a binary, because even after policy outcomes, one can't say whether it was a success or not a success. And the benefit of hindsight, the counterfactual, very difficult to analyze. So contexts are different, situations are different, and therefore it's very difficult to analyze what would have happened if kind of a thing. These are the objectives of any financial regulator. Safety of public funds, obviously the first and foremost, consumer protection, financial integrity, system stability, and financial inclusion. Today, I want to explore the policy success and failure, if one can call that, with respect to the regulation on the microfinance and the self-help groups. Now, I've just put up this list, so you don't really have to look at it. I don't know how many in this room, and I'm told by Professor Sriram that quite a lot of people would be familiar with the microfinance story in India. It is fairly well known throughout the world, wherever we have tried to promote financial inclusion. It is a policy which was evolved, started sometime around the early 2000s. When it grew, the system grew. Initially, they were not-for-profit microfinance institutions, either registered as a trust or a society or a Section 8 company. And later on, for-profit, non-banking financial companies followed and took up microfinance. Foreign direct investment was allowed in these companies to the extent of 100%. So a good amount of foreign private equity entered this, and one can even say social enterprise equity, because they were all working for the poor. The many policy developments that Reserve Bank did were to encourage the banks funding these microfinance institutions to be able to provide the kind of doorstep services that the poor really needed. Because for a poor person to even enter a bank branch was something very forbidding. In fact, that's why ATMs were so popular, because there was nobody to, bar you, or you don't feel welcome. So this was a very good way in which there could be financial inclusion. There was an earlier program of the self-help groups linked with the banks, and that was a huge success program. But there was some, again, subsidy entered into that scheme. So the banks got disenchanted with the self-help groups, which were availing government subsidies only for, they formed groups only to avail government subsidy. But that's a separate failure story. I'm not reciting that today. This network of self-help groups that were created was taken advantage of by the microfinance companies who took advantage of network, particularly in Andhra Pradesh, where the World Bank had supported a huge project for the creation of self-help groups. So that network got very well taken advantage of by the microfinance companies. Well, I would say, I'm not saying it was not a good thing, because that really enabled them to further the lending in those areas. The entry of foreign private equity actually scaled up. Everybody was after scale. Valuations were growing because of the numbers that were coming in. So finally, it became a question of huge amount of scaling up. One of the companies going for an IPO, the obsession with valuation, the obsession with numbers, values, turned into predatory, coercive lending with terrible recovery practices, and till ultimately large-scale defaults came around. And when the microfinance companies went to force the very vulnerable borrowers to repay, the government of Andhra Pradesh put a stay on all repayments. And that industry collapsed. So what was the policy till then? The Reserve Bank policy was actually a very soft touch regulation. Deliberately, it was allowing the sector to grow. so that it could be nimble-footed, it could be flexible. The supervision or the the objective of it was assumed that the banks would exercise good risk management practices and achieve that. But I think that was a mistake of presumption. RBI really not only did not bring in too much of regulation, but it also encouraged banks to lend to this, because there was something called priority sector lending, and this kind of lending was treated as priority sector and weaker session lending, obligations that the banks had to fulfill. So we thought it was a good combination of banks and the informal sector, the non-banking sector, and the not-for-profit microfinance institutions to partner together to do this massive financial inclusion. But 2008, 9, 10 were terrible period when this crisis just blew in our face. And till then we always thought, oh, global financial crisis is a systemic crisis. We never imagined that a microfinance crisis can be a systemic crisis. But it involved millions of people. It's a different thing when you say it's involving millions of crores. But when it's involving millions of people, then it's equally a systemic issue. And it became a problem for the Reserve Bank because the bank's loan portfolio was affected. They could not recover the loans from the microfinance institutions. And so we had to give special dispensation for restructuring. And this was a series of experiences which led to a committee known as the Maligram Committee came up, and it became extremely prescriptive regulation. The same thing that we had sought to avoid got thrown in our faces, and the overreaction of maybe interest rate caps, end-use control, purposes for lending, ceiling on amount of money, not for consumption purpose, for livelihood, income generating, all the words that we had avoided, they all came back into the regulatory sphere, and that's where the current scenario is, where all microfinance is brought under this. But I think I'm not very sure how those prescriptive part of it, regulations are being enforced, but I think the important thing probably which is keeping the sector stable today, one is the shock treatment which the banks got at that point of time, and secondly, the prudential, that means the additional prudential prescriptions that Reserve Bank put on the non-banking companies to maintain additional care. So these are obviously the success. I've gone through that. Numbers are huge. The microfinance sector, number of loans, almost 367, about 700 lakhs. So what is the lessons to be learned? Was it a mistake to have allowed easy entry of private equity capital? Somebody else here talked about, the private equity. In a sector where the clientele were vulnerable. Was this the mistake? Was it a mistake to have allowed unbridled growth without trying to see what is lying behind those figures and that growth? What was the role of credit information, and did we sufficiently exploit IT-enabled controls? Was it a mistake to have allowed IPO? Because then everybody is only after the quarterly profits and the stock market valuation. How do we enforce consumer protection for this sector? Nobody is going to write a letter to the grievance authority. You need some sort of a lok adalat, or you need somebody sitting in a village, panchayat kind of thing and dispensing justice. How can we have an effective grievance redressal scheme? Is there a role for NGOs? Can an ombudsman scheme work at all? Was it not important to have had financial education and counseling along with microfinance? Most of the loans, and this is a very important question I'd like to ask this audience, everybody who's been connected with the microfinance sector knows that the loans were taken largely for family events, milestone events, for medical emergencies, and for education. At least education, one can say it's an investment. Health also, I suppose, an investment. But where were the money being earned to be able to repay this? Is it a failure for the government to have provided the basic education and health needs, from the government, so that you don't have to take loans for, getting those needs, which are very, very important. Has microfinance substituted government primary health and education services? And this is a question, not me, Rakesh Mohan, I know, had raised it from some time to time. And ultimately, can microfinance really be a poverty alleviation tool? It has to work along with real sector initiatives and with infrastructure of every kind. So these are my questions. I have answers to some of them, but I think you can be, allowed to ask them also.
Thanks a lot. Can we get Ram Kumar, please, to talk about health sector? So we'll sort of try and put all these things together towards the end. Let's see how we can get these diverse ideas.
Yeah. So thanks for the opportunity. I'm very happy to be here at a conference to talk about failures, and I think that's can be a very honest conversation. And happy to see many familiar, unfamiliar faces, because during COVID we had discussed and spoke a lot on other mediums and not in person. So I'm happy to see quite a few of them. Thank you, Mr. Harish, and thanks for the team to have here. I have had so much failures, frankly speaking, because my experience, like other panelists, has not been so deep. I've been only 10 years almost into government, business, and etc. But I see them quite often around, either the past failures or present ongoing failures, and etc. But ginger and turmeric, ma'am, are much safer in Meghalaya now. They are doing well, very well actually. Ginger, I think we are producing a lot. Yeah. And turmeric also has taken off big time, and thanks to Mr. K.N. Kumar as the person who was there, and I think they've done very well. This is one curve I wanted to show. I have only one slide, so this is the only slide. This curve is called the curve of the long now. Mr. Brent, I think I saw in UC Berkeley when I had gone for a conference briefly. This curve always gives me a lot of clarity in what we are trying to do. I'll just briefly explain the curve, then I'll tell what has happened because of that. These are things which are, overall broad parameters. But if you look at from top, fashion keeps changing very, very often. The time it goes is fast, very, very inconsistent, and etc. Commerce is much slower, but has an impact on fashion, depending on how it goes. You have more money, more accessibility, and better fashion. Infrastructure, if you have, it is even slower, but if it goes, then it can impact commerce and fashion. Governance, it is, I think, also even slower than how infrastructure. When you compare the Bangalore metro, I think it's quite a thing to say about. So then culture, it takes even more time to move culture, but if culture moves, everything goes up very, very fast. Nature literally means global warming and etc. 20 years back, it's unimaginable to sit in a November in Bangalore without a sweater anywhere. Now nature has moved, so you can see till fashion how it has impacted all of us. So this is a very important curve, because this you can draw for any organization, any purpose, and etc. When I was in a district as a collector, I was in a district called Southwest Garo Hills in Meghalaya. The closest railway station is some 200 kilometers, closest airport is some 250 kilometers, closest national highway is some 40-50 kilometers, very far, very remote, but much better than, because it was a much more plain district with some hills. The success, the failure, what was the initial problem was, there were primary health centers, and of course, the institutional area is very low in number. So then we thought, what is the whole point behind it? And why it is low in number, and it was despicably low. It did not be around 50%, 47, 48%. So when we kind of made the same thing for the PHC, primary health center, what is the purpose of the primary health center was much more forgotten. All the things which were done for a primary health center were addressing the top three things, not the purpose. Purpose is somewhere at the core of it. Purpose of health center is something else. Unless you touch the purpose, other things are not going to move. For example, we had around 30 sub-centers which were not conducting deliveries, We are not like a state like Kerala where deliveries are conducted only at a higher referral unit, but in Meghalaya it has to be conducted at a sub-center because predominant 90% deliveries are normal deliveries and not cesarean section and safe deliveries. But only 5-6 were conducting deliveries. Others they're saying that we have electricity problem, water problem, that, this and etc. But we kept on checking only one thing. What is the immunization target? What is the delivery target? How many pregnant women are there? Are you following up? These are the same question. People, they themselves found solutions, or they brought the problem to the table when we said, no, I need this electricity, someone is there, this is the person, if we can talk to him, we can solve it. Infrastructure got sorted out. Governance, once you address the purpose of it, above things get sorted out. But what happens is, we try to, many times what happens, things stop at the fashion level, or things are planned at bottom level, but these fashion things are very giving quick results. You put three things are top addictions, I'm told in world, I think we can have a dispute on that, but three things. Heroin, carbohydrates and salaries. Three things, on this thing. They give quick results. Human mentality is like that. If you start posting things on media and quick success stories, they are addictive and you're looking only after quick stories. You need to keep the entire thing for philanthropists, for foundations who are there here. I have told, I think Karthik and other things, half a dozen times I've told them, do not go into this publicity mode. It will kill our purpose, we'll lose the purpose. Until our purpose gives the outcomes which we want, then automatically they will become a fashion statement, which has, in Meghalaya, we have done few success stories and it has become like that. But that has to be very, very careful. So the investments also has to be proportional inversely. So 60 to 80% has to go to the purpose or the capacity building or change in governance. We went to Kerala to study the Panchayat model. Vijayanand sir is here, Rajiv sir is here. I think it has created a whole different paradigm change in the Panchayat model, what has been invested so long. And there are institutional support, which I think Vijayanand sir also mentioned about in the shallow roots, that there was no institution to carry on Rurban, which I also, Rurban was one of the projects in my district also, sir, so I can very well relate to that. But in Kerala, if you can see that it has been invested in governance and it has become a culture there. From there, if you do any small change, so the impact will be tremendous. It's going to be exponential in each layer. So that's something I wanted to leave as a thought. And only this approach in terms of always checking with the purpose. What is the purpose of the funding? What is the purpose of doing it? For example, in Meghalaya, we are saturating the solar. That's how we come to know with SELCO Foundation. We are saturating all the centers with solar powered, at least the sub centers and then the PHCs also, where we have a solar powered facility with electricity for the A&M residents and a vaccine carrier and few other equipments, which energy efficient equipments within that system. But that will be only an infrastructure. It has to be a part of the governance as well as the culture. Unless it is going to percolate and systemize and stabilize, that will not have the impact what we would like to have. We are working on it, but we are very aware of what this has to do. I think many partners are there across the world who are also looking into the same matter, but this is quite important. Unless we touch that, the impacts are not going to be exponential nor sustainable. So I think, that's the few things I had to say. Thanks for the opportunity again.
Thank you very much, Ramkumar. Can I have Anjal to come in?
Okay, before I move to my presentation, I have a small anecdote to share. I have signed up to a panel saying that I will say no to all the panels which are manels, right, which is all male. So when Usha was missing for some time in between, because I've told Huda that I am not going to be in the panel which is all male, she said, no, there's one person who is going to hold the flag for you. But when Usha was missing for 5 minutes, my heart started beating. Because if, I've been in a Twitter campaign where it's against all manels, and so thankfully this is, and just a small, Another point is also, when I was going to organize a workshop in Bihar, in Patna, I was working with the irrigation department there, and I, when I told them that send me a list of speakers, he sent me all male speakers, and I told them, no, we cannot have this all male panels. Let's have some female professionals as well. He said, don't worry, sir, we have many secretaries. They'll come and sit on the dais. So this is how the tokenism also work. True spirit of gender inclusion. My earlier speakers had talked about. Just reforming that. Can I have my presentation on? So I'm going to take this a very personal story to share, and all the disclaimers apply that this is my personal story and this is my side of story. I'm been part of IPCC, the international, the climate science climate body, and I'm under oath of secrecy, so I can't reveal many of the negotiation that has happened. So I'm going to take out from the discussions here at India level or at the country level and tell you what happens in the what we call the international negotiations, especially in the climate. And we just finished climate negotiations, COP27, and the outcomes have been mixed. People have been telling us, but I think I'm been very happy with what has happened there. So under secrecy, I'm going to not reveal the nuances of what discussions happened, but a personal story of a failure which I want to share here. The question is, does good science leads to good policies? And this science policy domain is something that I want you all to focus upon. So in 2017, actually, I was working with ECMOD, International Center for Integrated Mountain Development in Kathmandu, and I have been nominated to be between the 5th assessment report and the 6th assessment report, which has come out now. There was 3 special reports which IPCC has commissioned. The first report was 1.5 degree global warming, and the second was on what we call the SROC report. This is a system, the report which actually looked at 2 interconnected systems, the oceans and the cryosphere system, and what has happened. So like slightly more zoomed into what happens to our glaciers, what happens to our oceans, what is the interconnected in that sense. So that's the second report I was part of. The third report was on land resources, which is also there. So I have been nominated, and IPCC nomination process is huge. All the countries, 192 countries, they send their scientists nominated to IPCC board, and they get thousands of applications, and they have to, based on the publication record and the other records, they're selected, scientists are selected. So it's a very cumbersome process, and thankfully I was there as coordinating lead author for the chapter, one of the chapters of the report. So I'm just going to tell you, because time is very short, what happened is that the report gets, the whole process of report is about 2 years. I was appointed in 2017, and the report was defended in Monaco in 2019. Now, between that time, all the negotiations happened between the authors first, because first we have to get the literature. It's all based on the secondary information that we get, and mostly peer-reviewed journal articles, and then we have to get this together. So that is the thing, and then you have to defend this in the plenary, where 192 countries represented with their people, where the kind of representation comes, and that is the summary for policymakers. And so I have been part of this whole process. What has happened is that this report brought in some very crucial factors, which was a landing process of the report. That means the end of the report about the SPM was about 26-27 pages long, and in the plenary what happened is that you have each line by line approval by the country's representative. So every line is read, discussed, negotiated, and whenever the countries do not agree on certain wordings, they are sent into huddle. So you go outside, the writers of the report will talk to the negotiators, and then there the entire gamut happens. Now, we had couple of, we know that couple of countries who do not like us to go green. These are the people will definitely, we call them climate mercenaries. They hire the best of the talent from the world. These are the countries who are, when you fly to US, you'll stop over there, one of those countries. I will not name them under secrecy oath that I would not have to name, but it's very obvious. So what they do is that they hire the best of the professionals, and they read the report much more than the authors have read it. So they'll go each by line, and the whole strategy for them is to kill the report so that it doesn't come out. And the IPCC negotiations are what we call the negotiation base. That means every country has to approve. If they don't approve, the report doesn't come out in public. So we were at the last end, it was a 5-day program. On the half of the program, like the third day, we had not even approved 20% of our report. So imagine what they do is that they will strategize it. They'll keep on asking questions so that you delay the report. When you have the final version, like last one day, when you're really in a hurry to finish the report, they will get your negotiation right. So that's the strategy that these guys bring in. We knew this thing. We have been briefed internally. The scientists are briefed how this happens. So I'm just going to tell you what happened in the last portion. So there was a program in this report where there was a kind of a last portion of the report which was a landing point, and we wanted the countries to go green. That means you have to decarbonize. The countries have to decarbonize. If the IPCC report is passed, then the COP negotiations are based on IPCC report. That means whatever is written in this one becomes a wording for COP negotiations, and that means a baseline for them. So the countries who do not like, the oil-rich countries who would not like us to go green, they wanted to object on this point. So I had a voluminous literature which was actually proving, saying that if you don't take the green path, you're going to have problem by 2050, 2030, and all this part of things. These guys said no, and it was Friday night. We had an overnight session. So last 2 days we have not slept for 2 nights, and early morning at 4 o'clock, the last point, these guys have said that, okay, fine, let's go into huddle and try and finalize how this is going to be, this negotiation going to go end. We went into huddle. We had about 20-25 people, and I started bringing all the literature that I had so that we can negotiate with them. The guy sitting there, he just took me out, said, dude, this is not science, this is politics. So now the science ends, the politics starts. We are not going to agree on this one. It's up to you that you want to have the report out or you don't want to have the report out. That's all, period. Then I understood that point that, okay, now the science and the politics that is taught in the class, what I was teaching to my students, doesn't hold much ground when it comes to negotiation at the very high level. So we went into, we talked to our fellow scientists and we said what happens. And there was no pressure on us. Our co-chairs had said here, and Deborah Robert, she is from Africa, and she told me, Anjal, it's up to you. It's 2 years of work. 190 scientists have worked on it. You have worked on day in and day out. You want this small paragraph to be out so that the report is out, so that whatever the remaining report brings in for the rest of the world, or you want to stop it here. And I said, I don't want to hold it. Let's just delete those 2 paragraphs, which was not agreeable by 2 countries, and we just finished it out. So on Saturday morning at 11 o'clock, we have not slept for 2 nights. We passed this report. It's called SROC report, Special Report on Oceans and Cryosphere. So, did I fail or did I pass? That's the whole part of it. It was personally, I felt that it was a personal failure. The tears started coming out of my eyes as the report was released in the international forum because I thought that's a personal failure because I worked very hard. It was against, all the reports, meetings happens late in the evening from 7 o'clock till 12 o'clock night because you have to talk to your Caribbean partners, you have to talk to your European partners, South America, North America, that kind of stuff. So you have to spend a lot of time for 2 years continuously. And when you work on these things, you land up that the entire work that you have done has been deleted, and also the Global South are the losers. So my last point is, what are the learning that we have? First thing is that good science may not be good politics. So, there's so much of us academicians, we think that we have worked very hard, but it may not lead to having a good politics, and if it is not good politics, it may not turn out to be good policies as well. So we must take politics into account as we are providing strong scientific reasoning or experiment that we are having. The second part is, as we are talking climate change since morning, these issues are as much as an issue of what we call the science, but it's also guided by a political system. You see what has happened in COP27, it's the politics that takes over the science. So how do we work that? The last point I want to bring out here is that scientists must not overlook politics of the day. I think you have to work along with the politics. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Well, obviously, public policy is the toughest nut to crack. I mean, that seems to be very obvious. One of the things that is difficult in public policy or in this space is how do you define anything as a success or a failure? I mean, it's obviously beyond binaries. Because while Usha was talking, she said SAG movement failed. You know, through the passing reference, she did mention that. There's a widespread belief that currently SAG movement is not exactly what it intended to be, but did it succeed in having made the impact? I mean, now what it is not a different, is a completely different story, but did it make an impact? I mean, that's a question that we need to ask. So therefore, how do we define failure, or how do we define success? I have two small instances. You know, Amul is supposed to be a success. And then therefore we said, okay, let's replicate it across the country, the Anand pattern cooperatives, etc., etc., etc. It was replicated all across the country. What was replicated? The design was replicated, that there will be a cooperative at the village level, that there will be a processing unit at the district level, there will be a state marketing federation, was replicated. Was the democratic principle in which Amul, the original Amul worked, replicated? Not necessarily. So, is Amul a success? Yes. Is Amul's replication a success? Well, we don't know. The National Rural Livelihoods Mission, you know, when we look at it, that was one of the programs which was extremely successful at the first phase level, at the district level in Andhra Pradesh when they started off as a pilot project. Obviously, pilot was successful essentially because it had everything that could happen in public policy, which is customization, relevance to the local this thing, because it was planned at the district level. The moment it was raised to the national level, then it was the Andhra model that was replicated in Bihar, Orissa, and so on. Is it contextually as effective is a question that we need to ask. I mean, in some places it is, some places it is not. So that's why it is very, very complex. And the third is what Anjal brought in, is what we think or academics think is scientifically correct is not necessarily going to work in the real world. You know, I remember, again, closed door conversation, we had Mr. Chidambaram come for the IMA convocation once, and we had an interaction with him, and we said, you know, one of our faculty members went off on economist, went off on fertilizer subsidy, this, that, and all. And Chidambaram said, look, you think I don't understand this? I have a cabinet, and there are interests that this cabinet has, and there are implications beyond what your equation tells me in terms of how it resonates with people, how do we communicate it to people. For example, on the loan waiver, I remember Yashwant had set up a committee. We said we should not do it. He said it just doesn't, you know, and we said, well, let's do a nuanced waiver. He said, how do you announce a nuanced waiver? How do you announce it to the country that we are doing a loan waiver, but you are not eligible, he is not eligible, that is not eligible, 6-point font? You can't. So that's why it is complex. And then I'll sort of take off from innovation. And again, going back to Usha, I remember one of the microfinance leaders went to Usha and said, we need to be regulated. And Usha said, please don't come to me for regulation during early days. Because innovation is breaking the rule. Regulation is setting the rule, right? The moment you're innovating, you're breaking some existing norm or rule. You go back to the regulator and say, regulate me. The regulator will say, look, if I regulate you, you can't innovate. She said, look, I can understand what you're doing. My DGM will not understand what you're doing. So there is a time for us to regulate. The final thing is, we are all very wise in hindsight. How do we get the hindsight as we are doing it? You know, because as academicians, we always go back and say, this was not the right timing, that was not the right timing. But you never get the timing right because you don't know what's going to happen. In fact, I remember in Canada, one of very upcoming critics was seen as a very promising academic. And now when we look back, one of my friends said he had a very bright future behind him. So it's almost like that. But anyway, so there are some questions that have come in. And we have 4 minutes, and Vijayanand has a hard stop. So, and I think all of us have a hard stop. Ultimately, we all are here for lunch. I mean, we can't fail on lunch at least. So, one of the questions that has come up, Vijayanand, is what extent is the binary of rural-urban necessary at all? Why do we need to, sort of even talk about this binary?
I mean, going by that presentation, it's really not required. And the classic example is Kerala, which naturally grew. I don't think anybody developed it. So you can have a continuum, and the continuum moves away from the urban into the rural, not reverse. I think it's very much doable, but not answering a question, this policy, SHGs before, after, if you look after, it's an improvement. And certain policy, I'll leave it that was not a question. Narega, lot of you may say the crores of, lakhs of crores will not be justified economically. But I can tell you, Narega is one scheme, probably the only scheme, which had the outcome without perhaps the output.
So there's one interesting question to you, Anjal. You spoke of overnight negotiations at COP, and how much of the failure is attributed to overworked participants and not to politics?
No, yeah, I mean, see, this is I was telling that this is the strategies that some countries who don't want us to go green will adopt, that, by third or fourth day also, your 75% text still there to approve. And that means you have to go into overnight sessions, and that means when you're fatigued, you're tired. And these guys, they strategize so well. They will map out everything. They'll first, the moment the date is started, they will book a best to the hotel close to the venue so that they have come in, batches. They're all slept very well. They will be coming, and I have not slept for 2 days. So you can imagine, and this is a strategy they beautifully do it, and we should learn from them how to kill a report when you work for 2 hours. So that's the things. But I also like to mention one more point is about the global south and versus global north divide. In terms of one is that about gender divide. When I started working, I was part of the gender task force of IPCC. We improved in the 7th or 6th assessment report. 40% of women scientists were actually put in. Each of the management committee, there were at least one woman in the things, because that's one. So I think that's also important for inclusiveness, as well as because outcomes depends a lot on the internal negotiation that happens within scientists.
Yeah. Sure.
No, just going back, there's one thing that I feel the self-help groups, because I've actually interacted with a lot of them at the ground level, they were a hugely empowering instrument. In fact, so much so that the first group with whom I interacted, so just on the outskirts of Hyderabad, they were doing these exchange programs, and a group of women from Andhra were taken to Uttar Pradesh, because in Uttar Pradesh they wanted to replicate it. And and this was a Muslim group, and the first thing they discussed in UP was, how do you do family planning? It was nothing to do with savings and loans. And just the women coming together and exchanging their own, experiences is hugely empowering. And I've seen this empowering happen again and again and again. And I think they have today become totally able to deal with the formal financial system. They're able to deal with technology, and they're really on top of it.
Thank you. To just conclude, putting a binary between private sector and public sector, private sector is neat. There might be a tobacco company which says that we do a triple bottom line reporting. Just ask them to say that, sorry, we were doing 2 other bottom lines and we compromised on the profits for a quarter, and just see what happens, the bloodbath that happens. So therefore, it's very clear what their output, outcome, measurement, matrix, etc. is. You go back to the public arena and say we have triple bottom line or 4 bottom lines. If you say I'm successful in 2, the third one is always questioned. If you say, okay, I've achieved that, then you come back to the first one. So therefore, it is a messy thing, and public policy related thing is more failure than success because it is subject to much more scrutiny and much more accountability on multiple firms, fronts. So therefore, it might be a good idea to celebrate success in the public policy failure rather than go to the confession box. So sorry, Harish, we are not there. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the spirited conversation. We are inspired by all the speakers for being so open and honest about their failures. You're paving the way for the next generation like us to adopt similar practices and course correct at the right time. We request you to please accept a token of our appreciation. Can we have another round of applause?
On to our next segment. We have 4 parallel sessions planned between 3 to 4:30 p.m. The first one mainly on creating organizations that fail forward. How should organizations nurture leadership that is open to taking risks and dissecting their successes and failures?
We also have a workshop on Do, Fail, Learn, Do at Scale by our partners, Societal Platform, on building resilient systems that are not afraid to break but are designed to learn from it.
We're all still reeling from the effects of the pandemic, and to discuss failures around it, we have a panel discussion hosted by our partner, Bharatiya Vikas Trust.
Entrepreneurs are expected to fail fast, learn fast, but we all know it's not that easy. With Social Alpha and NSRCEL, we have 5 entrepreneurs who will be sharing their own personal failure journeys.
SELCO Foundation is also hosting a special session with their partners, leading the way on how philanthropies and civil society organizations should maintain transparency around failures. Please note that this is an invite-only session.
These parallel sessions will be held in smaller classrooms. The location is detailed in the agenda in your notebooks. We'll break for lunch now. It is arranged at the MDC Woods. We have our ushers to guide you.
Also, we wouldn't want to miss the exciting sessions that we have planned for the evening, so please gather back here at 5 p.m. Thank you.